before Emerald came out. And then for the other one, I keep forgetting what it was, but it's like, oh yeah, you're able to have an uncapped ranking, but 1 year we were just like, okay, so different ranks mean different amount of points. So you can build a team as long as it's under this point total, right? And it's like, cool. So my existence in that league led to so many issues. Because I was sitting in gold 1 because I did not care about my rank.
Yeah.
And I was solo killing master players.
Yeah, I mean,
And
so
people were complaining so much, and they're just like, eh, well, it's okay, you know. They got they're worth extra points because of like previous MVPs, but like people are still complaining. I don't know. It's weird.
Yo, holy shit, I didn't know this. Apparently, Moist Esports turned down the invite for the Esports World Cup.
Pog. Oh my god. Ayo.
That's sick, actually.
Let's go, Charlie. Alright, we're getting a pronoun check real quick. Nobody's being weird about it. Ah, frick.
Man,
I had to say it. Okay, Graphico, she, her.
Y'all, please.
They have one joke.
Okay, Trojans are all him except for Graphico.
Viper, Flades, Raziel, Boogeyman. I think Toxic Gentleman's the only one who didn't say. But...
Which, we can make an inference there.
We can make an inference.
Like, technically, not hard determined, but... Okay, so Graphico's the only non-he-him. The 5-man roll swap at finals is a bold choice. I do appreciate. So the whole reason I saw that was because I went to a tweet from the marketing person for Liquid, who's like, people are saying we should stop supporting the gay community, that we're conflicted and can't compete in the EWC and still be an ally, and everyone's like, yes, yes.
I mean,
you cannot.
Yeah.
We're not saying you can't to stop supporting us. We're saying
that this is
ally.
We're saying that like this is directly against that, and you have to acknowledge that. You can't just sweep that one under the rug.
And I love that every single fucking tweet is like saying like, no, you just chose to not support people. So this, yeah. My fucking viral tweet from when I was like, oh boy, a new Apex tournament. I hope I can cast it. Oh. That turned into a 3,500 tweet. 3,500 like tweet. One of my friends apparently knows one of the teams and was like, wait, Tessa's casting this?
Hey yo.
Okay. I am pretty much ready to go whenever they are.
Yeah, I'm good whenever.
Okay. I'm letting them know we're ready, but also do not start saying so.
So we can do the draft.
Give ours when ready. I will give final R. Please wait for starting draft. ASQ is ready. Okay, so we're just waiting on Trojans who are on the red side, which I need to swap them. Swap sides. SAIT is R. Okay. You ready?
I'm good.
All right. You're going to be opening us up, Dub?
All right. And this is the finals for what again?
This is the Void Tier Finals.
All right, all right.
Style Esports Void Tier Finals between SAIT Trojans and Aesir Squadron, and then just kind of go from there. Yeah, I'll count us down. And so the way that I count down is I go like 5, 4, 3, and then I stop counting. So just keep the count going in your head, and then go. Because I'm gonna unmute us at like 3. Okay, ready?
Cool.
All right, taking us in 5, 4, 3.
All right. Hello, and welcome to the Style Esports Void Tier Finals. Today, between SAIT Trojans and the Aesir Squadron, I am Ahntye. I'm joined by the illustrious Thousand Eyes, and this is bound to be an absolute banger of a finals.
Yeah, we are here. Void Tier Finals, best of 5 tonight. We're not stopping after 2 games. We at least are getting 3. And this one should be very interesting. Based on the info that we have been given, we know that there is apparently a Xayah with a 77 KDA on one of these players. Last time, SAIT and oh my goodness, why? SAIT and Aesir played each other. It was a 2-0 for SAIT, and they really both want to try and prioritize these 80 carries. So they have very similar styles. And this time, they want to try and eke those wins out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these times, these teams are putting so much focus on the 80 carry, and you can see that in the draft. Look at that. That's 3 80 carries taken away, 3 strong 80 carries on this patch. Xayah a little bit less seen as far as the patch goes, but like we said, it's very much a player-specific thing. Varus already going to be immediately taken up, and we have so many options still available on the table. Ashe is here. Lucian's also available. This could still be a support Ashe. I mean, I like that it keeps things flexible, and this is far from flexible. This is super hard all in from the bot lane.
Yeah, and I do like this because this is Ashe Rel going into Varus. Varus is just known for being very immobile. You have Ashe who can hit the R from long distance. Rel following up with the Magnet Storm as well. This is very hard engage into a champion that does have an issue if you can engage on him from either a place you're not checking or a distance far away. The Thresh is there to try and be a little bit of a response to that. You have the Lantern if the Ashe Arrow doesn't get capitalized on soon enough. Varus can just grab the Lantern and get out of there. And now you also have that Gragas locked in to give a little bit more frontline for this team to give Varus that chance to play forward.
Yeah, not only is it a lot of frontline, it also is another flex pick. It could go into the jungle, it could go into the top lane, and it makes sure Rel really cannot get that crash down. Thresh Flay and the Gragas Body Slam are both incredible tools at denying that. So, you know, I mean, the Rel blind pick is super, super risky, but let's see whether or not it pans out. The Poppy taken here, a great pick to deny that Gragas Body Slam. So once again, it's counter pick on counter pick for these teams. I love to see the adaptation this draft. So once you've got those first 3 champions down for each team, the rest of the banning phase is just about taking away what are things we don't want to deal with, what are things that can really destroy the composition that we're trying to round out here. So the question is what we're going to be seeing from these teams.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm kind of interested here. Obviously, with Poppy and Gregs, these are both champs that can flex into jungle or top lane, and you could kind of have that Poppy just match. You have final pick on red side, so you can just keep Poppy flexible, and wherever Gragas ends up slotting into, put the Poppy against it. The Rumble is now banned. Rumble has been going kind of crazy up in the top lane. Aatrox has always been that standard top lane pick. The Veigar and Swain bans are kind of interesting here. The Veigar is not one we've seen a whole lot, but that cage does cause a lot of problems for champions like Rel, like Poppy, and the Swain also. When you already have an Ashe here, you're already looking at a lot of low damage champs on your team. So having something like a Swain to be able to survive that burst, that chase down, and it doesn't matter if they're running you down because they're not doing enough to kill you. Swain being off the board takes a bit of worry from SAIT Trojans away.
Yeah, and speaking of burst, we got Lux on the table, so we could still see some crazy shenanigans here. I mean, Lux in the mid lane, blind picked, should be an interesting decision here, so I doubt that it's going to be the Gragas in the mid lane. I mean, like we said, right? Top jungle, you could see it mid, but right here, the Udyr picked up tells me that we're likely going to be seeing the Udyr top Gragas jungle, Aesir in response. These are, there's a bunch of interesting picks here, and then very standard, you know, tried and true picks in response, right? So right now, the one thing that they need to round this out is who's their top lane. You can see that Aesir has been targeting that top lane. You know, that Rumble, that Aatrox, they say there's no shot you're playing Poppy there. Give us that top laner. Oh. It's the Twisted Fate. Okay.
All right. So they did not opt to have that Poppy go up against the Gragas in the top side, which is an interesting thing. I'm assuming, again, we don't have infinite knowledge of these players' champ pools. We only have what OPGG tells us. If they kind of had the idea that it was not going to be Poppy in the top lane, and they just kind of were like, all right, cool, we'll send Gragas up at the top side. TF is not the pick that I was expecting at all for that final pick. And it does make Trojans composition very pick oriented, but also a little bit low damage. They don't have like a lot of just, it feels like they don't have a lot of just something, right? Like the Poppy and Rel are tanky, but they're not heavy tanks compared to Udyr Gragas with a Thresh. They don't have the strong DPS, it feels like, because Ashe, TF, they take time to get where they need to go. And they also kind of don't have that like insane late game carry potential like something like a Varus does.
Yeah, I mean, this composition is very heavily indexed towards the 4-1 split composition, right? You're going to be having Twisted Fate splitting on a side lane, drawing some pressure, running away anytime someone comes over towards him. Meanwhile, the rest of the Trojans are going to be sitting somewhere around mid lane, top lane, who knows, just trying to say, hey, we're going to take this tower if you don't try to make something happen.
I need to tell one of the players to leave.
Whoops.
Someone needs to leave. Got kicked, apparently.
Unfortunate. But
so I will
anyway,
try to get somebody
once
there.
we get all of that fixed up, we will be getting back into the swing of things. But as I was saying, right? So the larger part of Trojan's team composition is honestly indexed to making sure that things don't happen, right? Poppy's W is going to be so good at making sure that the Aesir Shurima shuffle won't work out. The body slam won't work out. I mean, to a very limited extent, Thresh won't really be able to take his hooks, but it's a matter of disengage from the Poppy. Rel is kind of just there. I don't really know what she's supposed to do in this composition unless you get massively ahead or to find some massive pick here, but I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Apologies, I'm going to be a little bit of a mess here trying to get the bot back in.
In the meantime, I can talk team composition all I want. It's like Christmas Day. So, as far as the Aesir goes, right, so we got the Varus, we got the Thresh. Very solid 2v2 bot lane. Thresh, incredible pick into the Rel here. I love that pickup. And, I mean, you know, this is a Aesir Squadron, right? They're the ones who, to my knowledge, right, are not the ones who are expected to win this. So you can see that they came into this prepared to make something happen, right? They weren't just going in saying, yeah, we'll just pick what we're comfy with and maybe we'll win it out. Not only are they getting things that they're comfortable with, they're getting things that work together, right? Gragas, Thresh, Varus, all good champions for, you know, starting fights, getting picks. Udyr, the eternal tank, going to be so hard to punch through. And Aesir and Varus, you know, as I mentioned before, Varus, good for picks, but also incredible for DPS. So a very well-rounded team fight death ball composition here. You know, Trojans say, hey, that's a scary team fight. We don't want to deal with that. We're just going to go with a 4-1 split comp that has very strong pick potential, but we're likely going to be seeing a lot more of the splitting.
Very, very possible. I'm going to take us to a quick break while we get this figured out. When we come back, guys, we will be in game number 1. I promise you. Apologies for the delays, but we will be right back with you.
all right. Here we are on the Rift for the finals, and we're already seeing a few shenanigans here. All 5 walking in the mid lane. Thankfully, Arctic Viper going to walk up, spot that one out. I'm anticipating. So I'm pretty sure that blue side already knows exactly where it is that red side is going to be going. And yeah, that's all 5 members walking in. You get that early ward down. You know exactly what's going to be happening, and shouldn't be anything too crazy. We're already seeing the counter vision on the other side as well.
Yeah, we do have our map a little bit big. It is a little, unfortunately, outside of the overlay. I apologize for that. It is not the easiest thing for me to fix at the moment. But so I will let our guy know and see if we can fix that.
Well, so as far as this game is concerned, right, the two of us were having a few conversations back and forth about the draft. And one thing to note is Graphico and Frosted Flays are both on some of their signature champions. We're already seeing an all-in at level 1 here, and this is exactly what we're expecting to see. Raziel super close to going down. Good cleanse and flash away to save his life there, but not going to be saving much in terms of health, as Pepper and Graphico are going to be able to get that early all-in.
And that's really, really huge too, because that is probably the one time where Ashe does feel like a lot stronger than the Varus. Varus kind of has a little bit of a spike at level 2. Once he's able to get that W passive down and then hit you a couple times, pop those orbs, that is a large amount of damage. But level 1 Ashe always really, really good with the slow and getting the cleanse and the flash out early, getting the range advantage here too as well, just shoving in this wave. Pepper and Graphico playing this lane very, very well.
Yeah, you can see that health advantage is so good here. Graphico, he's just walking up, trying to get that Chattering Strike off. Not quite going to be able to land it, but I'm honestly really surprised that she was allowed to get that crash down off so early on. We even saw Frosted Flays had the Flay leveled, right? And meanwhile, it just was not reacted to in time. You know, that early priority is going to be so helpful for the side of the Trojans here. So my time is now looking to walk down towards this bot side, likely just going to be going for that scuttle, so they know that they're not going to be in any sort of trouble here, especially with that hawk shot going out.
Yeah, they've gotten wave control, and now they're utilizing that. Just the threat of the rel alone is enough here. And getting some early plates can help try to keep control of this lane. If they can keep control of it as they hit level 6, that could be a really good engage point. We look at the rest of the game, though. We already see Accent up a lot of farm already, 24-10. And up on that top side, AJ doing the same thing there, getting 20-12. So these lane bully champions that were picked that had to win, currently doing so.
Yeah, and honestly, you love to see it. And meanwhile, AJ not loving to see this. So much damage onto the Twisted Fate. Not going to flash. No, never mind. Flashes and ghosts on out there. Now, the question is, can AJ actually walk on out of here, walking all the way into Aesir's jungle? But right now, in a lot of trouble, looking for the execute. Oh, this might be a little too early. No, does get it. Meanwhile, crash down in the bot lane, no cleanse, first blood going over to Poppy. And just like that, this bot lane is going so crazy. Who cares about giving players their namesake champions when you can just be better?
Yeah, a really good escape on the top side for AJ. Bought as much time as possible, flashed at the last possible second, and got the execute. Meanwhile, throughout all that, My Time Is Now saw the opportunity for the gank on the bot side, showed up, hard to flay out and get the Varus away from a Poppy. So they get the advantage there. They get not only the kill, they get the wave crashed in. Varus is missing experience, missing minions, and Ashe and Rel get a perfect back now to come back even stronger.
Yeah, and one thing I really want to point out here is Pepper immediately picking up the Rectix means that you've got that extra little movement speed. You also have the boots, right? So now not only do you have the extra movement speed, you're slightly closer towards that Kraken Slayer here. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see just how much damage the Ashe will put out without as much attack speed to really be fully stacking all those slows.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of just where you have to go when you are building that item, because I my mind is blanking on the other components there, but
I think
there
it's
really
like
isn't a great.
Hearthbound Axe, recurve bow.
Yeah, it also is just like a gold
Oh.
difference here. Graphico already up here. Nice Q. Axen gonna get some damage down on the jungler, but Poppy's far away yet.
Yeah, meanwhile, Graphico's almost going down here. Crash down, gonna be able to keep her alive just a bit of time. My time is now going for the heroic charge. Gets the stun, and there goes Arctic Viper. And just like that, 2 kills on the board for the team with the Twisted Fate. This is a cash money comp and a half, and they are cashing in so much.
Yeah, and I think that's Arctic Viper just thinking, okay, we're hitting the rel for free. We're hitting the rel for free, but you're not ever going to kill her before teammates can come in and help out. So they chased a little bit too far, had to go back around, walked into the Poppy, and by that point, the Lux Q's back up, the ult's ready to go, and it's an easy kill. Axen getting a kill, Poppy getting a kill. Currently, right now, there is a massive gold advantage for the team that didn't need it.
Yeah, I mean, team did need it. Team is going to get it. You got the Cull, you got Twisted Fate stacked deck. You've got 2 kills on the board and 3 Void Grubs. It's looking only up for the Trojans here. But right now, it's a question as to how much longer they can keep this lead running. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Pepper and Graphico just going to continue to push this lane in so much priority there. Meanwhile, mid lane just gonna get some quick trades. No mana really to get much more than that. Toxic Gentleman going straight in. Shurima Shuffle has Axen in a bad position, but I mean, the Aesir can only do so much until he can get the Q off. Double flash in the root, and there it is. Axen, just with the tiniest bit of mana left, able to pick up the solo kill onto a Toxic Gentleman.
I didn't even hate the idea of going for that play there. Toxic Gentleman just didn't have the damage yet, and with the soldiers not in position after the shuffle, there wasn't any damage from the soldiers. You didn't have the cooldown to reposition them yet, and Axen buying time, letting the minions do the work, and the final Q there just barely getting enough mana. Axen now hugely ahead of this Aesir, and now the objectives become really hard to fight because Azir's gonna get shoved in. AJ also doing work up here.
Yeah, meanwhile, in this mid lane, once again, they're just going to be trading blow for blow. Frosted Place going straight on in. Graphico is rooted up. No way out. Pepper trying to find a way to save his support, but there is no shot on this planet here, as the Ashe just has to slink away in defeat. Poppy is in the wing to deny any chance that it die, but it's likely that Arctic Viper is just going to take the back to get fully completed on that Dark Seal. Okay, never mind. I was going to say maybe some fully completed boots, but instead it is the Dark Seal pickup. Very fun here. Meanwhile, top lane, not so much fun for the Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, bot side, really good Lantern from Frosted Blaze. Pulls in the Udyr, closes that gap, and at that point, Graphico does not have a way out, sacrifices herself for the cause, and does end up losing her life. It's not the end of the world, but that is Varus getting a win in a lane that he absolutely was not getting any before.
Yeah, meanwhile, AJ looking for a kill here, going to get spotted out by Arctic Viper, but there we go. Destiny's Gate on the table. 1 stun going through. A flash forward and not going to be able to get it. A flash in response from Elo Boogeyman to make sure the body slam lands. And my time is now going on in trying to make something happen. The flash in and not going to be able to get the kill. Just not nearly enough damage on this Poppy. Not going to pick up the buckler. Is going to commit the ultimate and walk away with that phase rush. Do believe that Arctic Viper is just going to continue to chase. I don't know if he has... Oh, never mind. Absolutely has a way to catch up if you're going to heroic charge right back in there. And just like that, 2 kills on the Udyr that just picked up that Dark Seal.
Yeah, and really importantly there, I think if if my time is now charged the Poppy ult longer, that would have just been Poppy walking away. But because he didn't, ends up just throwing Udyr up in the air, doesn't get him far enough away, and Udyr has the ability to just continue to run you down with the bear stance, can just keep hitting it, keep running you, and with the Phoenix stance as well, getting the slows. It's so difficult to get away from him. Now, Udyr has the Leandries, is not only a bit of a beefcake right now, but has the damage to back that up as well. So things starting to equalize a little bit now.
Things starting to equalize in terms of damage, in terms of fighting capability, but in terms of gold, it's still going to be pretty solidly in the Trojans' favor here, as Poppy and Rel are going to be looking at this dragon, just trying to make sure there's no chance of, any sort of dragon stacking denial. Meanwhile, in this top lane, it's just going to be grubs on grubs. Axon looking for that last one. Nope, it's going to get smited away. Arctic Viper saying there is no chance in hell you're going to be able to get that fourth grub off of me.
Ooh, stun with the
meanwhile,
cleanse now.
ulti goes through. Immediate flash towards the crash down. Not going to be able to get it, though. Shattering Strike does stun up Frosted Blaze. Magastorm going through, and there's no way for the Thresh to survive. Just so many cooldowns burned, but only one going down in the end here. I mean, when you use everything on defensive summoners, it's going to pay off in some way, shape, or form here. But Raziel's got to be a little careful of the potential dive.
I think Raziel will be fine. Without the Ashe ult, it's a little bit sketch to go for this when you don't know where the Udyr is. I don't think they have eyes. The fact, though, that they did blow all of that, all those cooldowns early, the Ashe ult blowing the cleanse and then blowing the flash from the Varus, Frosted Blaze didn't have a similar way to get out of that, does go down. It's just kind of a little bit too far forward. They're not prepared for the Ashe ult to come in.
Yeah, honestly, the bigger question here is, are we going to be seeing a punish on those cooldowns, right?
Yes.
We're not going to have the cleanse. We're not going to have the flash on Raziel. And because of that, it could be very, very terrifying as this immobile AD carry over here on the Varus. Meanwhile, my time is now is when we clearing towards that top side, realizes that AJ needs a little bit of loving up here. And okay, Blast Cone's right on in. This is really, really tough here.
Yep.
Has to commit the Hex Flash. Gonna be able to walk out. Almost super spooky.
Yeah, a little sketch on that one. Does get out, is okay. Ashe ult is back up, so could look for a fight on that mid area, but does seem like AJ's gonna just move down to the bot side. They're gonna put their bot lane in the mid lane, and we're gonna start to see our teams group up a little bit. Now, this is where the Trojans do need to figure out what they're gonna be doing here, and where I think this team composition has risk of falling apart, because you have the ability to just team fight now, and you can see Graphico a little bit caught out, but the thing that Aesir squad can do is just group up, fight front to back, and they should win that a lot of the time at this point. It's just, are they going to continue to get picked? Can SAIT still find those opportunities and continue to keep the gas pedal down? And that really is the question that will decide this game.
Yeah, and meanwhile, that Rift Herald getting started up could spell a very, very interesting fight coming up, as we're not going to be seeing Raziel here in the slightest. And AJ walking up in Destiny's Gate range, just barely. Meanwhile, Graphico gonna get stunned up once again. Arctic Viper just really does not like the Rel. Just always wants to try to find some sort of damage onto her. Meanwhile, the only one walking up, Arctic Viper, in a scary spot here. Destiny's Gate popped. You see all 5 members of Aesir Squadron here. And in the end, not much is going to happen unless we're going to see some crazy engage. Okay, never mind. Just explosive cast out for disengage, and looking for the re-engage here.
Graphico wants it.
Oh, and Flay out there. Graphico has the Magastorm, going to be able to do so much damage for the team, but in the end, Arctic Viper going to be able to slink away. Double kill for AJ. Sorry, A double kill for Raziel and a triple kill for Pepper. A flash forward, going to be able to get the Q, and Axton on a killing spree, 5 to 8. We have so many kills, 4 of them, count them up, going over to the Trojans here, and that Rift Herald is ripe for the taking.
And that is so tough. Although Graphico does get the crashdown interrupted, the Magnet Storm was enough to disrupt things, and all those cooldowns got used on the Rel, not on the Ashe, not on the Lux, not on the TF, who are all outputting solid amounts of damage. It was all used on the Rel, who had already used all of her cooldowns. So yeah, okay, you lose Rel at the start of that fight, but then you don't have anything to continue on fighting for the people who are trying to do that damage. It turns into a big win there for the Trojans, and now they have the opportunity to just continue moving forward. There's going to be another dragon spawning in 18 seconds. That is a sole point. If they get that down, the timer will always be ticking for Aesir Squad.
And that's that dragon stacking really just coming into play here, that the Trojans have been just completely and totally on point with, right? So now we've got the Poppy in the area. We've got the Rel. It's so hard to deny a dragon against Poppy, or to steal a dragon against Poppy here. But Ahntye, Viper, and Raziel looking to make something happen, whether it be in the mid lane, whether it be in the dragon. We are getting the teleport in from Boogeyman, and the Herald is going to be able to get that mid tower, but My Time Is Now is pushed straight off of this dragon. Let's see whether or not we can get that. No, we're not going to get any kind of fight here. It's just going to be given up completely.
It does stop the dragon stacking, but it also means that now the mid lane opens up opportunities for later dragons. So this is a little bit of a loss on your dragon stacking, but you get gold for the tower, you get map control on the tower, on the towers being down, and that does now open up your opportunity to push waves in further and gain further map control. That can lead to later dragons, and I do kind of like that idea. When you have this lead, open up, get the towers down, you can come back to the dragons a little bit later.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got this much of a gold lead, you're going to be able to use all of that gold, right? I mean, we got the Kraken Slayer fully completed on Pepper, should be able to put up a decent fight against so many of these tankier members. Meanwhile, Elo Boogeyman just going to be very chill, calm, collected up in that top lane. No one to fight except those minions until Accent comes on in here. You have to be worried as to whether or not we're going to get some Poppy Lux combo here onto the Gragas. But no, it is going to be the full-on recall. Oh, never mind. We're going to be seeing a all-in from Elo Boogeyman here. Just with the explosive cast, with the barrel, everything, and the kitchen sink. But in the end, here it is, the Poppy going to make sure that Gragas does not get a chance to solo out Axon. Welcome to competitive League of Legends. 1v1s aren't real.
Yeah, the entire
just
time.
Going straight
Oh,
into
no.
the spot lane. Oh my god, the flash forward as well. Pepper just going unstoppable. I said it once, and we're gonna get it proven twice. Welcome to competitive League of Legends. 1v1s are not real.
Yeah, it's a little tough. You go in, it feels like you're about to get the Lux, but the Poppy's on the way the whole time. As soon as that fight starts, the communication is happening, and you got to be prepared for that. If you don't know where the Poppy is, you can't really engage for that long. Does now mean you have more damage on the Lux, you have more damage on the Ashe. The champs who really, I think, needed to get that gold did, and the TF already still had a lead, has the ability to split push and just show up with the Destiny. So right now, Trojans feel like they are in control of this game. They do need to find a way to close it out, though, because eventually the Udyrs will be tanky, the Gragas will be tanky, and the Varus will do a lot of damage.
Oh, absolutely. Meanwhile, right now, Frostflee's in a precarious spot here, but AJ gonna get shuffled under the tower. Tower finally gonna be going down here, but now with the Ghost is the only way that we're seeing this TF walk out of here, because that was scary as hell had AJ's tried to fight his way into survival. Meanwhile, flank from Udyr, Arctic Viper walking in onto the Twisted Fate, but under tower, this could be spooky. All right, Gold Card going to be able to stun him up. Toxic Gentleman has the wave pushed all the way in, and AJ now making sure that there's no chance for the Udyr to get on top of him. All right, and oh my god, just going to continue with the fight here. Just trade on trade on trade, and a pick in the top lane. Ultimates galore, and Boogeyman just not going to be able to walk out in the end. Grafco's going to be the one picking it up. AJ going for another kill on that bot lane. And the Trojans have just not stopped with the constant fighting because they're always coming out on top.
It's really hard too, because Aesir Squadron are just not being given the opportunity to just group. They're always in side lanes. They're always responding to something, and it feels like every time we see them, they're never more than like 2 or 3 people at the most. See, now AJ might be in trouble.
Yeah, AJ gonna be getting locked up here by Arctic Viper. We're seeing the teleport in response, but just like that, another fighter joins the fray. Axon does not have the ultimate available, so could be in trouble here. Just waiting, biding his time, trying to make sure that Arctic Viper can't really get on top of him. But the Udyr does not care about your gold lead. The Udyr cares about the Dark Seal stacks, and stack them up he will. That was a crazy turn.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is where that scaling can start to hit. Udyr can just run you down. Lux, really good at burst. Not good against champions that have that sustain to survive the burst. Her cooldown's a little bit too long on those just basic abilities, and if you don't have the ability to burst somebody down, you will get run down. So it's a big shutdown going over to the Udyr, who's already a little bit of a problem. And with the Lux gone, they get the chance to take this dragon now to even things out 2 for 2. Flay's buying time.
Yeah, Frosted Flays has the box down, explosive cast as well, and just like that, going to be able to get the Hextech Dragon, but full on team fight. Here we go, Magnet Storm, and AJ in the back line, making sure that Raziel doesn't get a chance to auto attack. Meanwhile, Pepper in trouble on his own, and Raziel gonna finally get a chance to do damage, and oh my god, Trojans are going completely down. There's so little that they can do to stop the team once the Magnet Storm's gone.
Yeah, that's the 5v5 we were looking for. Finally together. Big body slam.
Shurima shuffle onto Pepper. Pepper gonna be going down. The flash, the hook, and Frosted Flay is gonna be able to secure the ace for Aesir Squadron. And all of a sudden, we've got a game on our hands.
Holy moly, what a fight around the dragon. I was a little scared to see Aesir Squadron burning all those ultimates just to get the dragon, but they were grouped. They were together. Axen was not in that fight. It was a 4v5 from the beginning, and they keep the Aesir and the Varus alive throughout all of that. They don't get touched. They get that front-to-back team fight that they've been looking for the whole game, and they get the dragon, they get the tower, they get the ace, and now they feel right back in this game.
Yeah, the start of that fight was AJ getting on top of Raziel, trying to make sure that the Varus didn't have the ability to auto attack. But then, you know, when you realize that it's just the AD Twisted Fate that's on top of the AD carry, and the rest of your team is, you know, sitting around that AD carry, that's when Aesir Squadron turns around, just hops right on top of AJ and says, hey, you're not actually allowed to do this, right? This isn't the burst damage of some AP Twisted Fate. This is an AD Twisted Fate. We're not going to let you sit here auto-attacking our AD carry on repeat. And once you've got so much of that gold lead in that Twisted Fate gone, it's a lot of damage drop-off, because Arctic Viper... Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. Arctic Viper had a lot of time to make sure that Pepper didn't get a chance to really play that fight.
Yeah. It's Pepper didn't get a chance to play. Axen wasn't there for it. AJ was in the back line, and that's not really where you want your ADTF to be. Now, we're seeing a little bit of split potential, but the Flay does keep my time is now away. Arctic Viper, I do think Arctic Viper needs to get out of here.
Yeah, Arctic Viper might be in trouble here. Just barely gonna get missed by the ulti, but you got stuns on stuns and a dark passage out to safety. And One hook from Frosted Flays directly onto Pepper. The final spark comes through, but not going to lead into any kills just yet here, as once again the teams go to a standoff.
And that's an escape that we do not get to see a couple minutes earlier. The Udyr tanky enough to survive, get the lantern out, and then turn back around the hook good onto the Ashe as well, just buying more and more time to get back out. That damage fall off, that really ultra heavy carry that Trojans do not have. It feels like it's starting to creep into a little bit of a problem when you have Raziel and Toxic Gentleman who are really hitting their stride right now. If team fights do not feel possible for Trojans, it has to be catching people out in the lanes. It has to be making picks at this point.
Yeah, honestly, the biggest question to me here, right, is what are you going to do about this Udyr? This Udyr has so much armor. It's just armor on armor on armor, and there's so little that it seems that Trojans can do about it, right? AJ is not equipped to deal with this. Poppy, maybe you can just make the Udyr leave, but I mean, Lux is a burst mage. She's not going to be able to do DPS. And Pepper has attack speed on attack speed. Now that you have the Terminus fully completed, maybe you can start to poke a few holes into the Udyr. But without something like Bork, it's going to be pretty difficult to see any meaningful damage onto the Udyr for a bit.
Yeah, it's kind of when we saw the Udyr rushing the Leandries, it's like, okay, Udyr gets the Leandries and you don't have defensive stats for that. It feels like you're gonna get chewed through really fast. Now you have the Deadmans, you have the Frozen Heart, the Ashe and the TF are not doing damage to this Udyr, and already with the
Channel
health.
Crystal.
Yeah, they're not gonna turn into anything. But already with the health too, the Lux will never kill Arctic Viper.
Yeah, but Grafko and Arctic Viper, once again, and in another face-off. These two just constantly going in on each other. I mean, you love to see it, right? Just try to make something happen. You got the final spark coming on through. Lux ultimate, you know, with a very, very low cooldown should be available for the next team fight, as long as nothing crazy happens just yet. Arctic Viper looking to make something happen, though.
Pushing forward.
Right.
Really just buying space. They want to get control over this mid lane so that they can be the first team to walk over to the dragon like they are now and start this up. This will be a third Hextech dragon for Aesir squad, but it might be turned for the Baron, and they've realized this. They've got to go up north now.
Yeah, I love this immediate decision making here. Just gonna go straight in towards that Baron. Axon's not here, and now you're having Poppy playing Disruption, and all right, big stun onto Arctic Viper. 0 damage onto the Udyr, though. And just like that, the re-engage capability is still here. Arctic Viper and Elo Boogeyman looking to make something happen. The ultimate going to make sure that Arctic Viper's alone up in this front line, but I don't think he
lose
cares.
The Baron. They lose the Baron for this. They took so much damage doing it. And now Viper able to start this one up. They have the DPS to do it. An on-hit Varus and an Aesir can burn through this. Ashe Arrow, though.
Big Ashe Arrow onto Raziel. Raziel still not able to auto-attack. Shut down by Axon here. And Pepper and AJ dying on the side. A Toxic Gentleman still the main source of DPS for the side of Aesir here. But right now, Poppy looking for a re-engage. Frosted Flays in a lot of trouble. Low health, heroic charge in. Q barely misses. Axon just barely going to be able to get that kill. Elo Boogeyman now on the back foot, trying to run away. Pepper just firing off volleys from the side. Meanwhile, Toxic Gentleman still so much DPS on the side. Axon, in the meantime, happy to just walk straight up, throw the skill shots in, no fear on this man here. Grafko walking up, trying to just deter this Aesir. But once again, Toxic Gentleman has the opportunity. This Q slow onto Axon. Axon is down. A huge shutdown onto the Aesir, who is such an incredible source of secondary DPS for this team.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was just so wonky. You had the Baron started up by the Trojans. They're fighting it out, but they don't have that hard tank. The Poppy wasn't there for it. And that Baron specifically, that version of the Baron does a lot of AoE damage. When your team as a whole is squishy, you will lose health fast doing that one. Meanwhile, you have Aesir squad just buying time, letting them lose health to the Baron. It was a good fight up until the Ashe Arrow from Pepper hits perfectly on Raziel, who did not have the cleanse at that point, followed up by the burst from the Lux. The Varus being down makes that fight so much easier for Trojans. That's why they did get that win. It's a little bit of a lazy back from Accent. That does cost them a good chunk of gold to the Aesir, but it is still a win where they did look to be really behind.
Yeah, one thing I want to note, Thousand Eyes, is that Aesir has been behind for quite a while, right?
Yes.
Still behind in CS. But so much gold, so many cooldowns, so many CC, important abilities have been burned, trying to make sure Raziel doesn't get a chance to auto attack. But now Frosted Plays making sure that Axon doesn't get a chance to play the game. Just gonna pause that thought there as the final spark comes through, and the final say from Arctic Viper says Axon doesn't get a chance to play, but neither does Elo Boogeyman. Grafco walking on in, gets the Shattering Strike, gets the crash down, and here we go, auto on auto on auto, and AJ.
But that's everybody bot side.
That kill, but there's the Baron.
That's everybody from Trojans showing on the bot side. I don't think they needed to send 3 people, let alone 4. They lose the Baron for that. That is a trade across the map that you're okay with. You'll take a tier 2 tower being lost to that for a Baron. Gold Swing alone gives you the win on that one, and now they have the Baron buff for this next dragon fight, which again, this is sole point for Aesir Squad, where it was 2 dragons to nothing for Trojans. Aesir Squad have gotten every single Hextech dragon, and they're going to be moving to try and get the soul after.
Yeah, they're looking for the 6th dragon of the game. They're looking for a 4th dragon in a row. So much attack speed, so much ability haste coming in from these Hextech Drakes here. And, I mean, one thing I want to note, right? There's been so much riding on Raziel's DPS, but now that a Toxic Gentleman has picked up so much gold with all of these shutdowns, this could be a huge amount of DPS here. Toxic Gentleman gonna be able to sneak on out there. Huge stun from AJ, but even huger ultimate from the Aesir. Toxic Gentleman still on the back foot, still trying to walk out, still alive. Gonna barely be able to walk on out there. Meanwhile, Grafco taking a lot of damage, and Elo Boogeyman making sure that there is no continued follow-up.
That Malignance is so scary from the Lux, because I'm pretty sure it scales on the size of your ultimate, and, and Lux's ultimate is really, really big. Now, there will be the TP, so Toxic Gentleman's coming back into this fight, and again, this is the soul point. They want to get this soul.
Yeah, gotta watch for that Poppy ultimate. Arctic Viper going straight on in. Grafco gonna be locking him down, and Frosted Plays in a lot of trouble. Arctic Viper going to be going down here, but watch AJ and Axon. So much DPS here. Meanwhile, Toxic Gentleman just shovels straight on in towards that back line, and it's going to pan out just fine. Axon, the final member alive for the Trojans, but the double hit on the final spark nets a double kill, but not going to be able to pick up that dragon in the end. Raziel still going to pick up that soul for the Aesir Squadron, and just like that, a crazy back and forth fight going to work out in the end for the blue team.
I really, really do love what Aesir Squadron have been doing in these team fights. It has been them setting themselves up, making sure that Arctic and Elo Boogeyman are in the front, while Raziel and Toxic Gentleman are just back far enough. They are not at threat. You did not see the Aesir go in until it was confirmed that those kills will go down with the Aesir diving in. Raziel just hitting the ult and just free hitting for most of that fight. So it is a very solid win. A little bit of a hard chase on Accent. Accent is doing a lot of damage, and so far it has only been the Udyr getting the Abyssal Mask here for the MR. So not a lot of magic resist built. A little bit scary, but it is still a huge win because they do get that Hextech Soul. Now, Elder Dragon will be on the table in 5 minutes. And with Elder Dragon, that does switch things up. All it takes is one good fight. You get an Elder Dragon. You could possibly end the game with that.
Yeah, I mean, now that we're looking at the 7th dragon of the game. Meanwhile, Arctic Viper looking at more than just dragons, looking for... Okay, never mind. Just going to be the scuttle here. But meanwhile, Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto Raziel. No cleanse available, but no follow-up either. AJ in a little bit of trouble here, but just going to be able to walk on out of there. Nothing too crazy, as Axon just going to pelt this mid tower until it goes straight down there. Arctic Viper walking in, not going to continue, though.
Okay,
and
so
have a little bit of time to breathe.
Yeah, so throughout all of that, Ash ult hits Raziel. Raziel does not have the cleanse, does flash away, so that flash will be down for a bit now. Through that, they do get the push in the mid wave. Axon does take the tower, while the rest of the team shoves off the rest of Aesir squad, trying to move in and take the win there. So they do get Axon out of that. They do get the tower victory, and they get the flash down from Raziel. Overall, a win for the Trojans, and importantly, a win while their opponents had Baron. Or sorry, while their opponents had the Hextech Soul. So it is good to see Trojans still finding that way, understanding what their composition really is good at, and not over engaging on a fight that they aren't going to win.
Yeah, one other thing I also do want to note here. Look at Pepper's inventory. We're seeing the Blade of the Ruined King slowly get built up here. And that one item does so much work into these high health tanks, like the Gragas, like the Udyr. The moment that Ash can pick that one up, that's honestly an enormous power spike. So right now, the Trojans really don't want to be looking for these picks. They just want to be looking to slow the game down, just try to pick up as much gold as possible until you can hit those incredibly important item breakpoints.
It is going to be tough now, because while the victories still are coming in for Trojans, it is noticeably harder for them to actually gain those victories. They have to work really hard just to get to that point. And with that easy engage potential of just Viper running down another ult.
Yeah, just like that, Pepper going to be able to take out Raziel here, and that's one kill going over. The question is, how much more is going to go through? AJ looking for more, but not going to be able to get it just yet.
Good
A
hook.
hook onto AJ, and a beautiful W from the Poppy. Ulti comes through, Frosted Flames goes down, and that's 2 down for the side of Aesir Squadron. Now, can you clear out this way without losing too much in response?
Axon's left alone.
Axon getting a flash away, but the squad comes on back, trying to protect their mid laner here. Meanwhile, that Baron has no chance at surviving. Arctic Viper has one opportunity for a game-saving play, but not going to opt to take it.
We have Shurima Shuffle. We have a TP as well. The cask is back up. This could be really bad for Trojans.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, crash down, final spark, and Axon gets another kill on the Lux. That Baron is down. That jungler, that Udyr is down for almost a full minute. And that means that it's going to be super hard for the side of the Aesir Squadron to even think about contesting this Elder Dragon.
It is so unfortunate there. Arctic Viper moves up, just does get hit by the Lux. And again, the Abyssal Mask is not the strongest MR item there. It's helping that Aesir. It's helping the rest of the team. There's a lot of magic damage on this team, but it is not the strongest at creating that defensive capability for you. So the Udyr gets bursted down. They have no chance to actually move up then either, and they lose the Baron. Now with Elder in 30 seconds, the Udyr will just be getting on the map while the Elder spawns, and you could already see you have Trojans moving in, getting control of this dragon, because if they can land the Baron and the Elder Dragon together, they can still finish this game.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're just going to see all of this vision, just denial on repeat for the side of the Trojans here. I mean, Grafco going to be able to get a lot of things down here. Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow in Final Spark as well, but nothing much extra in terms of damage. Solid hook onto the Poppy, but right now it's the only real engage that they've got is either going to come from a Varus ultimate or an all-in from the Gragas. Elo Boogeyman gonna get rooted up.
Oh, no.
Another ulti goes through, and so much damage onto their biggest tank. And just like that, Pepper is free hitting on the back line. Grafko able to get everyone locked up on the front line. Talk to Gentleman and Raziel left untouched here, but watch Accent, watch the root, watch the kill, and watch as the Trojans are going to be able to pick up game number 1. Surely that is the end. AJ already on the Nexus turrets. Arctic Viper going on in, but there's no chance you're going to be able to stop this onslaught.
Ooh. Yeah, unfortunate there, but a really good play in the late game there. Pick compositions are notoriously hard to navigate in the late game, and with the poke from the Lux, the bindings that were being hit, I was scared for a second. Pepper hitting the ult, not getting anything out of it. I thought things were going to go really bad, but they made it work. They got the binds, and man, what a crazy, crazy game for Accent.
Absolutely. And that was game number 1. Super back and forth. I am honestly scared for my vocal cords to see how games number 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 are going to be turning out here. But don't go anywhere because we've got those ones right around the corner. All right. Welcome to game number 2 of the Void Finals. Honestly, that game number 1 was so back and forth. So, I mean, I don't know if my heart can take any more games of that, but we're going to have to see some, as we're already going to be seeing the Poppy taken off the table, double jungle bans from the Trojans. Meanwhile, Lux very much on the table, it seems.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see the Lux being left up. I'm also a little surprised to see that we are kind of letting the Udyr through too, because I do think the Udyr was a problem. The Varus does stay up, which means the Varus will get picked up. Jinx is on the board. Jinx was one that was banned last time around, was left open in favor of the Gragas ban, but the Varus will be picked up by Aesir. Trojans could go for the Jinx, have a little bit more of a hyper carry for their own AD carry. Might have made it a little easier to close out that last game, but Tristana will be the lock-in.
Okay, so Tristana definitely an option here. It's Tristana Rel, the classic, we're going to see the Thresh. Like, there is no chance in hell you take anything other than Thresh into these two. Outside of, let's say, Alistar, right? I mean, like, Thresh is a very solid pick into both Tristana and Rel. So I would be very surprised to see anything other than that here, especially with, Frosted Flays playing his signature Thresh.
Yeah, there it is.
There we go.
I think the Thresh was great. It had a couple of issues with just the play timing. Sometimes wasn't ready for the Rel, sometimes, but I think there was also a little bit of target problems there in some of those fights. The Aesir is going to get locked in again, which I would imagine just means we're going to get that Lux again, and that scares me because from minute 1, this Aesir was very far behind, and while Aesir definitely does not enjoy laning against Lux, it never felt like it hit those highs that Axem was hitting in the last game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as a DPS threat, it was definitely it's the Tristana mid. Or Tristana top.
That
we could see some super
do not
cooking,
curse me with that information. No. Do not bring that evil into the stream.
All I'm saying is we already saw the Twisted Fate come back, so who knows? We might be seeing AJ only on range tops.
And that would hurt me enough. I'm good with Tristana mid. Let's keep it that way, guys. Kai'Sa, though, going to be going in the bot lane with the Rel, which is a good pairing. Yes, it is into the Thresh, but the Kai'Sa able to follow up. Even if you do just hit that Q, that's all you really need. Even a Magnet Storm if you don't hit the crash down.
All Kai'Sa wants is a little bit of CC. She doesn't need that much. She just needs just enough to output extra damage, not just for making people stay still, but for that plasma passive. So now on the side of Trojans, we've got essentially 5 jungle bans. That is absolutely crazy, really trying to pinch that jungle here. Meanwhile, Twisted Fate going to be taken out from the Aesir Squadron. I mean, they just do not want to deal with the Rumble. They don't want to deal with the Twisted Fate.
There's the Ivern.
Okay.
So My Time Is Now has been playing a lot of Ivern over the last couple of days. It has not gone well. I'll say that much, but has been playing a lot of Ivern. And obviously is very comfortable on that champ. I think this is a perfect pairing. You have the front line in the Rel, having the shields as well to let Kai'Sa go in, let Tristana go in. Trojans are setting up a composition that wants to just find somebody and just pile on to them. And if you have the shields, you have the front line to do so, Trojans can do a lot with that.
Yeah, and just like that, that means that Trojans are essentially locked into some kind of beefy frontline tank, unless they want to just go crazy with it and just, do the T1
I thought that last game.
Who cares? Let's just do something funny, and we'll be better, and it'll work. So
here comes
right
the
now,
Nico top lane.
Got the Viego, to really round things out for this year's Squadron. I would love to see a set pickup. So the Scion pick on the Seer Squadron means that you could either counter with a super heavy, tank on tank like Ornn, for example, or you could just take SAIT and say, hey, what if I slammed your solo tank right back into it? And instead, it's gonna be the Nasus. Now, Nasus, I like a lot. Now, this is one of those champions that for many years has been picked every now and then as a strong pick into these very passive tanks who can't really bully you out of the lane. And with as much lifesteal as Nasus has, he should be able to stay alive for quite a while.
Yes, but it also is a little bit... So Sion is capable of kind of being a little bit of a pain, because Nasus will not be breaking that shield early, will not be taking any damage from the Nasus early. Sion can just kind of control the early portions of this game. And when you have a Viego in the pocket as well, Viego always looking for opportunities to snowball out of control. And then if you get Viego up at the top side, you not only put the stacking, the infinite scaling champ down, but you get Viego ahead. So I think if you're playing Nasus in this kind of a situation, you do have to be really, really aware. And that could sometimes go really wrong. And if the Nasus is behind, well, one of the really kind of key frontliners for your team is irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in this game, there is essentially no reason for, AJ to be going anything from just full-on tank Nasus from the get-go. But I will say, there have been some very interesting Nasus builds gaining popularity lately. So if we do see a first strike on that Nasus, I'm just going to warn you, Thousand Eyes, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult for sure. And I think obviously Trojans did have, I think, the stronger execution in the last game, where we kind of saw them do really well early, kind of find the problems with their composition mid-game, and then kind of correct those issues later on when they did start hitting those important crowd controls from a distance. This time around, Trojans do really have to win lane. Like, Tristana from behind does not do a thing. Nasus from behind does not do a thing. Kai'Sa from behind, not really a great champion. Meanwhile, Aesir kind of doing a lot of the same here. The Varus and the Aesir have that backline threat. Sion's even more of a frontline tank for yourself. If you bide time and you find opportunities for Viego, Aesir can get ahead and stay ahead.
Yeah, I could... honestly, Aesir, once again, have built a very solid team composition. It is very clear what it is that they want. It's very clear what it is that they're supposed to be doing. And it's very clear, what it is that they're going to be looking to do at any point in the game. And once again, Trojans have a spooky... There's no way that's a Kai'Sa mid.
Huh. That does change things.
Oh, that does change things.
That does change things a lot, because where Trojans were just like, I want to go in and immediately have Tristana Kai'Sa jump in to follow up. Now it becomes a little bit more of a poke battle, right? AP Kai'Sa is scary.
Oh,
now
no.
they did nerf it a little bit. But the poke damage was already a problem for the Aesir last game, and can really burn through some of these champs.
I've just realized something. Kai'Sa, AP Kai'Sa mid, all of a sudden means that if we see a first strike on the Nasus, this is actually shaping up to be a pretty nice composition. We very much could see an AP Kai'Sa mid and an AP Nasus top. No, never mind. We're getting trolled. It is the Tristana mid.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's
right.
the more standard thing. I would kind of would rather see the Tristana mid, because it's very clear.
It makes sense. It
makes sense.
It's tested. It's true. But man, I want to see a little cooking.
It would have been interesting. I do think too. There is a lot of pressure on this rel to hit this crowd control. Even if you do get the crash down stopped, hitting the magnet storm to pull people in, get the stacks so Kai'Sa can follow up, get the opportunity, get those CC cooldowns burned on yourself so Tristana and Kai'Sa can jump in. If you don't hit that, if you don't get that team-wide crowd control, becomes really hard for Trojans to try and fight team fights.
Oh, absolutely. But this is Graphico's Rel that we are talking about. I would not be surprised to see another one of those level 1 engages in the bot lane, but I would be surprised to see it work out as well as it did the last time. Last time, Frosted Plays was not ready with the Flay to stop the crash down. This time, I'd be pretty dang surprised if he wasn't ready.
Absolutely there. I think we're going to head it to a quick break, though, as we get ready for this second game of the night here, guys. We're going to see if the 2-0 can come through, and we'll go to match point, or if we're going to go 1-1. But we'll see right after this.
All right. Here we are in game number 2 of the Style Esports Void Tier Finals. And once again, we're getting quite a few pings coming in from everywhere, as we're not going to see all 5 members in the River Bush this time. Instead, it's going to be just the 3, just the bot lane and the jungler. Look to try to get that vision in. And I mean, when you got Ivern on the table, it should be pretty fun to see what kind of shenanigans you could get up to.
Yeah, Ivern is one of those champs where it's like he's so different that you do have to be aware of how you're you're doing against him.
Thousand Eyes, it's first strike Nasus.
Man.
It's AP Nasus. Oh my god.
That does change that lane matchup a lot. And granted, this does not necessarily mean it is going to be full AP Nasus. We do sometimes see Nasus start with the Doran's Ring, go for the first strike, and kind of just control wave in the early game. But it does give the possibility.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, in that top lane, we're just going to be seeing a little bit of early hits. And honestly, pretty dang important for Elo Boogeyman to be able to get those. So, I kind of want to talk a little bit about this AP Nasus.
I don't know if I do. To be entirely honest with you, it does gain wave control very, very easily. So it does give you that chance to just shove in, and now you get to not only kind of from a distance push waves, but you also get to keep your lane pushed. Now, what that does mean though is you can gank that Nasus pretty easily. So that will be something that you do have to keep in mind as AJ, but it can get a little bit hairy if you're not paying attention to jungle tracking.
Yeah, meanwhile in this bot lane, we've already got the crash down. The level 2 is real, and it is so much damage. The first blood actually goes through. Oh my god. I was completely caught off guard. Was thinking that with that, little extra magic damage, shield should have been fine, but the last tick of the Ignite going to be able to do it.
Yeah, the Ignite just enough to take Frosted Plays down, and the Flay specifically very late on that did not stop the knock-up. And here you can see too why Tristana mid is so good into some of these mages. And there's that top lane gank we were talking about.
Yeah, we got stuns on stuns, and AJ has no way out. Just gonna look to get to the wave, maybe get a little bit more experience, get everything shoved in.
It in. Get that stack, buddy.
Able to get that 1 Q, and there it is. One last hit.
Yeah, that is actually really bad for this Nasus, because now the wave is in a really good spot for Boogeyman. He gets a kill as well, can start building up a little bit more to just deal with the wave push and the poke that this Nasus is going to be doing early. And importantly, it does kind of just stop the move here from AJ. The control is a little bit gone. That's kind of where we saw things go really well for Trojans last time. They had control of the top and the mid wave. This time around, maybe a little bit different.
Yeah, meanwhile, top lane, once again, just going to be trading over and over here as AJ just looking to get this wave all the way in. Once that's done, there should be no big concerns for the Nasus. Just going to plop down these E's on repeat. Oh, my lord.
Yeah, just needs to back away, get your items, TP back up to the top lane. Do have Ivern down on the bot side here. Flay's not going to help too much here. Oh, Boogeyman, you got to back up further than that, buddy.
Yeah, but once again, if we're looking into this bot lane, Graphico and Pepper just holding this wave in such a good spot. We're seeing the Ivern right there, but flash forward into the crash down. Raziel stunned up, flashing away. No cleanse available this time around, but not going to commit the ghost there. And just so much control in this bot lane once again.
Yeah, I think a little bit misplayed by my time is now. Flashed for the Q, did not expect the stun from the Rel. Was still expecting the Ferris to walk back further and further as we do see Exen get pushed away. Just only burns the flash from Raziel. It is still a very big win there, a very important one for Pepper and Graphico to just continue controlling this lane. And now another engage.
Yeah, gets the crash down, not going to be able to get the Shattering Strike, but once again, so much damage from that Plasma on Pepper. Frosted Blaze could be in trouble here, not going to flash forward for the kill. Pepper is just going to continue to hold on to this lead here. That could turn into a quick dragon take.
And I have so much respect for not taking that flash there. It was not a guarantee, but what you do guarantee is you get Raziel and Frosted Plays at the very minimum back at their tower for a dragon take, or you continue to pressure them so they can't do anything on this bot side. So it is a win either way. Good early dragon take by the Trojans.
Yeah, meanwhile, AJ is just going to continue to try and farm up in this top side as Arctic Viper once again going on and spotted out by a well-placed control ward, perhaps? No, it was just the proximity. But either way, ulting straight in, not going to be able to get the stun, but not going to need it for the kill. Elo Boogeyman starting this game with 2 early kills in that top lane. Gotta feel real dang good after that last game.
Yeah, that is also really bad for this Nasus that was kind of opting in for this early game. And now Viper needs the Scion here now.
Oh, Axon flashing forward, going to make sure that Viper has no way out. But in the meantime, that's a 3rd kill going over to Elo Boogeyman. Axon has the rocket jump away, not going to buffer it, and going to get flashed on once again. Rocket jump available, but you can see they wanted that Tristana so badly.
They will not be able to. AJ does show up at the right time to make sure Tristana does get away. But that is a pretty solid victory there for the side of for the side of Aesir. They do get another kill on the Scion. Now, granted, XN grabbing the kill, flashing out away from the knockup there does pose a little bit of a problem because Tristana will run away with this. And now bot side.
Oh. Yeah, meanwhile, Grafco going in once again is always Grafco. And once again, Grafco picking up a kill as AJ goes down again to Arctic Viper. There's so many minions here, but not enough minions in the world to save you from a 2v1 as an AP Nasus. Okay, it doesn't look good now, and it might not look good later, but I promise you the pick itself isn't the problem here.
Okay, yes and no, because AP Nasus can work. I think the pick is bad when you have something like a Scion that can survive and a Viego that wants to gank. There's enough setup there from the Scion there to make things work out.
Speaking of setup,
I think that's a play that you actually are happy to take as Graphico. That was a little bit deep there.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. Lots of setup for yet another potential kill in the bot lane, but in the end, Raziel and Frosted Flame is going to be able to survive for just a little bit longer. No, Raziel walks up here, Magnet Storm committed, and Graphico goes on a killing spree. Pepper just not allowed to get any of these kills as Graphico looks at her AD carry and says, look at me, I am the carry now. Give all these kills to me, the Rel.
That is a little bit worrisome though, like in a very genuine sense, because if this was a 3-0 Kai'Sa, this game would feel over, right? You would have a 3-0 Kai'Sa, a 1-0 Tristana that's already doing really well in lane. Things would feel a little bit out of control, and Scion is going to take time to be able to survive this. Now, a 4-man bot dive possible here. No flay.
Yeah, and the flash in just goes crazy, and I cannot believe that Raziel able to get a kill onto Pepper. They're going to be able to survive, and still, in the end, Frosted Flays, the only one going down.
But that is a kill going over to the Kai'Sa in that sense, and Pepper does die, but the wave being at the tower, it's kind of okay. It's a little bit sloppy. I think Pepper did not need to be the one that deep in, but it does turn into a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, topside, AJ under half health again, and things seem to be going from bad to worse for this Nasus.
Yeah, AJ just on the verge of getting dove yet again. He should be good at clearing out this way, but absolutely not going to be able to do it on the siege itself, as AJ going to get dove on. Meanwhile, Axen getting shifted under tower. Doesn't get the rocket jump. Oh, never mind. Does get the rocket jump reset in time as the Ivern coming in, making sure that the Nasus stays alive and actually has a potential to get this full kill. Big shutdown onto the Nasus, but just like that, Arctic Viper picks up the kill in response, and a 2-for-1 in the top lane as the Toxic Gentleman going to be able to get a cathartic feeling kill onto the Tristana.
Yeah, the Tristana just barely going down after rocket jumping away. And meanwhile, on that top side, the Scion passive coming in real big there. Just able to get another kill onto the Nasus. And then you also had the Ivern going down as well. Bot lane looking for another engage.
Oh, the teleport in as well. AJ making sure that Raziel has no way out here. Going to be able to stack up one there. Frosted Flays just accepting the fact that he's going to be going down. And a double kill over to AJ on the AP Nasus. Blackfire Torch fully completed. Likely looking to get a Leandries to follow that one up here. As a second Drake once again going to be picked up by the Trojans.
Yeah, a huge turnaround in the bot side, and that gives another dragon for the Trojans. They gain control, the TP play to make the move and punish this bot side even more for how this bot lane is gone. And now they get the Ocean Dragon, the sole Ocean Dragon for this game, and definitely don't mind having a free Ocean Dragon in the pocket. Chemtech Dragon will be our sole. And last time, we did not see Trojans land another dragon for the rest of the game. This time, though, I feel like things might be a little bit different.
Yeah. And meanwhile, in this bot lane, you know, that's the one thing that this AP Nasus really has a big advantage with, is that you're going to be able to just continue to push out these lanes, continue to get all this farm. It's impossible really to deny any of this farm from the AP Nasus. Yep, it's going to be the Blackfire Torch into Leandries, into, I believe it was the Iceborne Gauntlet right after. So the Nasus will get tanky. It'll just be a while until it gets there.
It will. Now Viper going in.
All right, is Graphico gonna get engaged on a huge hook? And we got 3 ultis coming on in, and all of a sudden, so much more damage onto the Ivern. As the root lands Heartbreaker through, and Pepper also going to go down. Was looking like a just very small trade in the river. Turns into a full-blown team fight where Aesir just comes completely out on top.
Yeah, when you're looking at a team like Trojans that are like, we want to go in, we want to fight. Well, if you can do that better than your opponents, you are just a better team. And at this point, the Scion with the Hollow Radiance completed, the Kraken Slayer on the Viego, and this Aesir to follow through as well. The Rel has so many of the kills on this team that it doesn't feel like a real gold lead. It feels like the Rel is just, okay, I'm getting more support items, but that doesn't change the game to the same degree that this the Viego having 3 kills, the Aesir having 3 kills does.
I mean, 3 kills on Aesir, 3 kills on the Viego, 4 kills on the Scion, mind you, right? These the 2 frontliners on the Viego and Scion, and versus the DPS that's just going to come out from this Aesir, are so terrifying to deal with. So I'm wondering what the Trojans are going to do to deal with this, because last time they had a really good pick comp, but they don't quite have the same power this time around.
No, and they don't have the same poke. They have to kind of just go in, and that's kind of what they're doing right now. So AJ gets another kill. That is what this team can do. If you are alone, they can just jump you. But what they don't have that they did last time is that same level of poke. An AP Nasus does not compare to a really fed Lux like we had on Accent last time. So they don't have the ability to set up these fights the same way that they did before.
Meanwhile, Raziel under tower, gonna get rooted up, gonna get stunned up, and no chance of survival there. AJ going on a rampage. AP Nasus getting stacked up with lots of gold, and Pepper going to go down, barely dodges out on the Heartbreaker, but is going to be able to trade in the end as the Herald gets a second charge in the mid lane.
This is actually a
Ace?
pretty big advantage here being gained by Aesir squad. They get the win in the mid lane and get the tower, get a charge on that tier 2. Meanwhile, Elo Boogeyman does not care at all who he is up against in that top side, will continue to push. And it is full tank on this Scion. We're not getting the silly, funny lethality. We're not getting damage. We're getting a tank that will also scale into the late game to frontline for the DPS threats of the Varus and the Aesir.
Yeah. Meanwhile, usually when you've got a Nasus in the game, it's always that one thought in the back of your head where it's like, well, we're kind of on a timer, right? Because Nasus is always going to be a problem. Meanwhile, as I'm looking at this game, Thousand Eyes, it feels like Aesir are the ones who really have that ticking time bomb. This Scion, who just is essentially impossible for the side of the Trojans to kill, is going to get so unbelievably tanky for such a long time.
It feels like the scaling does kind of work out. It's again kind of the same thing of just like it is a very solid just front to back team fight composition with the added flair of the Viego that can kind of just pop off like crazy, which it has been this game.
Yeah, meanwhile, Accent going to get jumped on, but Buster shot out, rocket jump away. He should be fine. Nothing to trade for on the top side, though, so it seems like we're going to continue that trend of getting those first 2 Drakes and then making the opposing team really try to work for the 4 drag push.
I really love that move. I love that they said, we're going to go on to Tristana. You get the Buster Shot, force Accent really far back because they're all up on the top side and we have a dragon we can take. So yes, you lose a tower for it. You're trading with it for the Aesir and you're getting the Chemtech Drake. That's really solid macro from Aesir squad.
Yeah, meanwhile, Accent could be in a little bit of trouble here. Top lane just going to continue. I don't think that there's going to be too much going on in this top lane. But oh, never mind. Elo Boogeyman just going to pop the ghost. No ulti available on AJ. My time is now in the wings here. Daisy going to try to stop this Scion from continuing, but so many slows, so many roots, but not enough damage in the world to deal with the Scion.
No, yeah, you have Frozen Heart, you have Hollow Radiance. It is difficult to try and do anything to the Scion, even if you catch Scion out. Well, you have an AP Nasus where the only real ability that does damage is a decently long cooldown, and he can just walk out of it. And you have a support. You have a Moonstone Renewer Buyer. You're not killing Scion with that, so he just gets to walk away, gets control. And that's, again, just more farm being picked up for the Viego, for the Aesir, for the Varus. They're continuing to hit those item breakpoints. 2 items on Aesir now. We're working on a second item for the Varus, and it's not going to get much better, I feel like, for the Trojans. They've got to find the positioning errors. They have to capitalize on the chances that they have with the Kai'Sa ult and the Tristana being able to jump in. We have seen it a little bit. It has to continue to happen.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing some kind of fight soon, I'm thinking, with that Baron coming up in just a bit. You know, with a minute to Baron, we're likely going to be seeing a lot more vision being focused towards that top side, as we're just going to continue this farming from Viper, trying to deny as much gold as possible from the Ivern. Poor guy.
Yeah, it is a little bit tough. Well, I think, not going to have the smite for the crab, just going to give that away. And now with the Herald going to be, or the Baron rather, going to be spawning really soon. You have another objective you can kind of plan around. I think with Aesir Varus, you can take Baron pretty straightforward here, especially with a Scion. There's not a lot of Barons that are going to prove a problem for Scion.
Yeah, meanwhile, AJ looking to get jumped on again. And as we were saying, right before Baron spawn, looking to make something happen, and make something happen they will. Does not matter that AJ has been building a little bit more tanky here, but Raziel flashing away from the crash down, getting locked up by the Magnet Storm, but they're all under tower. There's so little that you can do.
Pepper.
Killer Instinct from Pepper not going to be able to take out Frosted Flays, and right into the Arctic Viper Viego. Flash and barrier committed, but Heartbreaker gonna live up to the name. I think Aesir have a free Baron.
I think they absolutely do there. Graphico gonna be falling here too. Crashdown will not get you out, and that's actually gonna go over to a Toxic Gentleman. So another big win there for the side of Aesir, and they're gonna move over to this Baron. This Baron they will take very fast here with the Varus and Aesir, and well, now things have just blown wide open, where it was a lead that was strong but needed to be capitalized on for Aesir. They have done their due diligence. They are ahead. They have the Baron. They can crack open a lot of towers with this.
It turns out in the end, playing the tried and true compositions works out pretty dang well. Cooking is always fun, but it doesn't always turn out as you want it to. Meanwhile, I don't know, Thousand Eyes. What do the Trojans need to do in order to get back into this game?
Honestly, it's just picks. It's the same as we saw last game when they started to fall behind. It's they have to find people caught out. Again, I think the ease of execution was even easier last time, although Axon might be able to win this. Nope.
Oh, absolutely not. Axon jumping on in, and the Toxic Gentleman saying, well, I tip my hat to you, sir. Goodbye and good day. As AJ just gonna get jumped on by Arctic Viper, pops the ulti, and Viper says, I'm out of here.
Yeah, it's I kind of looked at it like, oh yeah, Tristana like does kind of beat Aesir at most points individually, but when you have a 6-0 Aesir versus a 1-1 Tristana, it's not really comparable there. And with that forces a response up on this top side, which gives again another dragon over. Even if Toxic Gentleman dies for this, that's 600 gold over to the Aesir.
Yeah, Pepper and Graphico already going in. Magnet Storm committed. Killer Instinct as well. No! Pepper going down. Toxic Gentleman's fully legendary. Should be going down here eventually. But God, if it didn't take the entire kitchen sink. AJ now getting caught out in this mid lane. Flashes away from the death sentence. Arctic Viper not looking to chase just yet, as Axon needs to be a little careful.
Oh, the stun hit. Oh my
stun.
Goodness. That didn't mean anything, but man, if that's not flashy. That will be another tower going down, and that's another tier 2, another 600 gold going to the team. So 1,200 gold picked up from those towers while they have Scion on the bot side, maybe getting another, and they got the dragon. So yes, you lose Aesir in that, and it is a bit of a shutdown. It is a strong shutdown, but it went to the Ivern, and you got more gold in response as well.
Yeah, there's just so much gold here for the side of Aesir. I mean, look at that. 5k gold lead 23 minutes in. Might not necessarily be the largest gold lead you ever see in your life, but you have to think about what champions that gold is on. It's on an Aesir. It's on a Scion. These champions absolutely will still be relevant in the late game.
Yeah, it is. I don't know what the answers really become, because you're Tristana not able to 1v1 the Aesir anymore. That's a problem. The Kaisa not able to do enough damage. The Killer Instinct there to kill Toxic Gentleman did not work out the way they needed it to. And Axon might be on a little bit of a journey here to try and find a way out.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a journey. Mega Cone on out. Rocket jump away. Get caught by the Viego. Definitely was not a part of the itinerary. But in the end, it's going to work out just fine. Arctic Viper looking for more here. Heartbreakers directly onto Pepper here. The Iron Shields are so strong, though. And AJ going to be able to pick up that kill. In the end, it doesn't matter how far ahead you are. Jumping directly into 4 is not the ideal. Frosted Flays now going to get taken down here. So many slows. The ultimate from Raziel committed, but not going to be able to do much more. Might even turn into a tower dive.
Oh, yeah. Raziel might be in trouble. No E again from AJ yet, but it doesn't matter. Another kill and a tower going down. Big turnaround, big power play for the Trojans now as they're getting those objective bounties. They got one more, and it looks like they're going to try to get this tier 2 tower in the mid lane for it. Yeah, Graphico's in trouble. This Aesir is so scary, and they do have to respond to Elo Boogeyman. It doesn't matter if it's a tank Scion, he's still going to be able to split push really well.
Yeah, I mean, Scion is just the constant threat looming in the back of the Trojans' minds. It's so difficult to see what it is that you can do against this champion. Graphico in the right spot, and so is Pepper. How much damage do you really have to take out the Scion? You got stuns, you've got the Magnet Storm, you've got not even a quarter of his health gone before the ulti is committed. And goodbye, Elo Boogeyman, to fight another day.
You just don't kill the Scion at this point. You know, what did we say in the champ select? Tristana and Kai'Sa are not champs that function really well from behind. They struggle a lot. They are behind, objectively, at this point, and Varus Aesir are going to out DPS them until very, very late, I think.
Oh. Yeah, but the flash forward from Arctic Viper not going to turn into a kill just yet, but I mean, maybe a little bit of excess commitment for, you know, what was a little bit too long before the dragon starts, but you can see the ideas coming in, right? It's going to be vision control on vision control. Axon now in a lot of trouble. You cannot really 1v1 this Ion. Oh, misses the rocket jump. Could be huge here. Buster shot to safety, but this Sion's a huge problem. Just as much of a problem as AJ has found himself in.
AJ again, kind of just getting caught out. I hate to say it, I hate to break your heart here, Andy. I'm not a fan of the AP Nasus in this game. It is not worked out, I think, the way that they have wanted it to. It has gotten them some successes, but I would argue other champions could do that while not hitting the failure points that we did see this game.
Like, I love to see the AP Nasus. I love when players are really fast on the uptake for new and interesting builds, but I don't think the finals is your time to experiment. I don't think the finals is the time to bring these things out. And right now, you know, you're trapped in a position where it's like, hey, we really need a tanky frontliner. It's like, well, yeah, if our Nasus was 6-0 instead of 6-6, then we would have a really tanky frontliner who also does a lot of magic damage. Well, but
I mean, let's also be very real here. The only tank item he has bought is Iceborne Gauntlet.
He should be having more.
I don't disagree with you, but when you
go don't like the fact that that's Azonia's that's going to be picked up next.
The E is going to hit like a truck and then kind of burn you a little bit, and that unfortunately kind of feels like all Nasus is going to do in this game, and I don't think that's enough at this point with when you have Arctic Viper, who I do really kind of like the build here, the Sterix, the Titanic with the Kraken Slayer. Lots of procs, lots of hits, and the shield as well to make sure you don't instantly die to this Kai'Sa Tristana. Makes this Viego very capable of diving into these opponents.
Yeah, I love this build adaptation from Arctic Viper. You know, you hit tab, you realize, hey, my Aesir is 9-1. I am not the position 1 player here. You know, I'm not the only person who's required to do damage. I just need to stay alive until I can get a Heartbreak reset and then reset through the enemy team. And this build works perfectly for that, right?
Yep.
You can see that Aesir has a team filled with players who just know what their job is, know what it is that they have to do. And right now, what they have to do is find a way how to get the priority for this Baron, because they've got quite the gold lead that they can use once this Baron's down.
Yeah. And it's a little scary too, because both teams have the capability to burn this Baron pretty fast, to be honest with you. They both have enough of a front line to tank it. They both have double DPS threats, and can make things a little bit tough to try and go and check it there. But I think the really big issue is just the towers down for the side of Trojans. They have their inhib open on the bot side. They have all of their tier 2s gone, and all of the tier 2s are up for the side of Aesir squad. So they've got to gain really good control of these waves. Maybe look for a tower first or set up a pick before they can look for a Baron.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of standing gold on the map still available for the Trojans here. Meanwhile, AJ walking into this top lane, looking to clear out the wave, just taking the safe route, not gonna do anything too crazy. Meanwhile, the teleport fully committed here as we've got everyone from the side of Aesir on this Baron. This could be a huge play. This could be a huge throw. AJ and Graphico on the back line. Daisy coming on in. The crash down hits one. Magnastorm hits two. But Raziel and Toxic Gentleman are just free hitting again and again. We're getting the resets from Arctic Viper. The crash down in response. And just like that, there's just no way to survive past this. Pepper barely going to be able to stay alive, but Arctic Viper and a Toxic Gentleman and Raziel are still here. So this Baron has no way to survive.
Yeah, that's unfortunate of a fight there. It was a solid engage, but the problem was, again, you know, Toxic Gentleman and Raziel hitting the Varus and the Varus and the Aesir points where they could just free hit. If they are not crowd controlled, they get to hit harder. And that is completely even taking the kill advantage here that Toxic Gentleman has on this Aesir. Just straight up at this point in the game, if things were even, I would still favor the Aesir and the Varus in that kind of a fight. Redemption almost turned things around, but again, you know, when your Nasus is just full AP, he hits E, and your team kind of has to do something with that. Unfortunately, not able to do enough right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can see AJ is fully committing onto that AP, picking up that Oblivion Orb, trying to make something happen. I don't really think that healing is even close to what the problem is against this team. The problem is that you cannot kill the frontliners. You cannot deal with these backliners. You can't deal with Arctic Viper getting another kill into another reset.
Oh no, AJ
teleports in. Oh no, buddy, you don't want to be there.
Yeah, AJ just gonna fall, and that is before, again, another soul. So that is two people down. They shove this wave with the Baron 10 seconds before. They can honestly just keep Viego down there to take it while they pressure with the Baron with the rest of the squad there. Elo Boogeyman just does not take damage, and that is going to be a Chemtech soul with 4 Chemtech Drakes as well. This is so bad. Ooh, big Magnet Storm.
All right, big Magnet Storm from Graphico. Gonna be able to lock a lot of people up, but an even bigger hook from Frosted Flames. Toxic Gentleman going on a rampage, 13-1. And with that Chemtech Soul and Baron inbound, we're looking to close out this game here. Elo Boogeyman on the Scion, so unbelievably tanky. Not even Frosted Flames is going down here. And a full 5-man squad from Aesir going to be able to end the game, bringing it to a 1-1.
Yeah, that is kind of almost the opposite story of what we had for game number 1, where it was like, okay, we got a really strong lead for Trojans. It kind of faltered. They brought it back this time. Didn't even really get the lead. And Aesir kind of just running away with it. And it's kind of, again, the exact issue I was worried about with that Nasus. Reared its ugly head, and the scaling was not hitting the same point in the bot lane there. Yes, they were trading kills a lot of the time, and it was like, okay, we lost a kill on the Nasus in the top side, we're getting a kill on the bot side, but it was on the Rel, and they could not snowball that bot lane off of that. Meanwhile, Viego getting a lot of kills, Aesir going crazy, a 13-1 game for Toxic Gentleman, and from that point on, towers just getting melted.
Absolutely. But game number 2, we're seeing Aesir bring it all the way back. That first game seemingly not playing any sort of an issue on their mental here. So, man, am I glad that this is a best of 5, because we're going to be seeing as much as possible of these two teams duking it out. So don't go anywhere as we go to game number 3. All right, welcome to Game 3 of the Void Tier Finals with Style Esports, and we have already gone so far through the draft. These teams know exactly what it is that they want.
Yeah, they are taking away a lot here. The Poppy from game number 1, Aesir, do not want to deal with that again, and that Caitlyn and Xayah, I don't think are getting through the entire night here. So those champs likely not getting through. The Xin and the Volibear have been very staple bans for the Trojans. This time they're taking the Aesir away. Well, they had a really good answer for it game number 1. They did not want to pick the Lux in game number 2, and Tristana was not comparable to that Lux. So this time they're just taking it away. Ooh. Lucian, though, getting picked up, and we kind of had a talk earlier on of like, there's 2 champs that Pepper is really, really good at, and it is Xayah with a 77 KDA in this tourney, and the Lucian, which is just a very strong pick, and Nami for Graphico is also a very highly played pick for her.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian Nami is a staple. It's likely going to be seeing another Varus Thresh. I would not be too surprised to see very little variation between these 2 bot lanes, but I'm very happy to see the Lucian Nami picked up. Going to be very strong in the 2v2. Gragas once again for Aesir Squadron. But we saw last time, right, that the Gragas did end up going into that top lane, right? So I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing another ranged top laner from AJ. I do think that we need a real, true frontliner.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Again, okay.
Nasus technically should be. He wasn't.
He wasn't.
Twisted Fate
was not a
definitely
fan.
Wasn't.
Look, okay. I have not been a fan of AJ's picks this entire series, and that is not to take away from the player. I think AJ piloted the TF pretty good. I think some of the plays from the Nasus were really, really good. I would rather just see a fighter or a tank or something normal from
just
the
slam
Trojans
the
top
Ornn.
lane. Just pick the Ornn, man. Just pick the Ornn. Pick Skarner. Pick I don't know. Just something that has the ability to let your team walk up.
In one of my favorite interview answers from many years ago, in the immortal words of Tapoon, I think the team that pick Ornn first, that team gonna win. And honestly, right now in our current meta, Ornn is very, very strong. I would be surprised to never see it picked up unless neither of these top laners play it. But Urgot, also a strong bruiser pick that actually fulfills exactly what we were asking for.
Urgot is pretty good here. It also just does fit really well in not only kind of really strong like initial burst in a fight, but like finishing off the fight. So Lucian Nami, really good up front, dash in, get a bunch of damage down with all the double shots and Lucian going through his rotation, and then Urgot with the ult to finish things off. So it's a good start to end just thing for your composition. Trojans now, they do need wave clear though. They do not have a whole lot of it on their team, and if they do start falling behind and they don't have the ability to walk up, their range will be a problem.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see the Lux here, but what I would be surprised to see is, what are we seeing in the mid lane? Malzahar. Okay. All right, so we've got the point and click. You don't get to play the game from Vi on the side of the Trojans, and Aesir have responded with a Malzahar to say, hey, neither of us get to play here. It's just going to be a 3v3 for a little bit of time, both times in a row. But right now, this final pick is what's going to be what's rounding it out. I'd like to see a Lux. I think the Lux would be great.
I think the Lux was great. I would Brand is good too. I don't mind Brand in this situation either. It's a lot of wave clear, especially early on, where Mouse is really difficult to play, is in the early game because you just cannot get the wave control. So you don't have the ability to push your wave out. Brand, very good at it early on and does it well late as well. Now, what I do like the Malzahar for, though, is a response to the Vi. The Vi cannot ult the Malzahar. You will not be able to catch him out. Just hit the R button. You have to break that spell shield first, and that gives time for Mouse to just hit the R button before Vi does. So I do like it from that perspective. I also have enjoyed the Varus from Raziel. I think it has been a very good pick for this team. It is now a little bit less of a just death ball composition for Aesir, but they still do have the capability to play it like that. It's just got a little bit more pick to it.
Yeah, one thing I also do want to note from Trojans. Trojans have finally responded to a death ball composition with a relatively deadly death ball of their own. And thankfully, for the side of Trojans, they finally have someone to deal with the tanks. Brand as a champion does so well into these health stacking champions that you cannot be sleeping on this on the side of Acer. You have to pick up the MR. But if the Lucian gets ahead, if the Brand gets ahead, you have to make sure to itemize for one or the other. If both of them get ahead, you might as well go next.
It is tough. Now, Brand still is not the greatest at dealing with a champ like Sion, because Sion will still be very beefy, and that shield can block a lot of that damage, a lot of that cooldown based damage. And Lucian, if Sion gets ahead here, like we saw last game, Urgot Lucian, not going to do a whole lot to this Sion. So I'm keeping my eyes up top that Urgot needs to be relevant, and it cannot get ganked the same way that we saw it get ganked. We saw the Nasus get ganked in game number 2. So Trojans do have to have their head on a swivel a little bit to keep themselves relevant. And kind of like I said too, you don't have the Aesir as backup for DPS this time. Malzahar does do a decent amount of damage, but is not a DPS threat in the same way that Aesir was. And if Varus goes down, team fight feels dead in the water for Acer.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Varus is where so much of this hinges, and that's why I love the Vi pick. But, you know, as we said before, right? Malzahar, phenomenal response, says, hey, you don't really get to play the game. You don't really get to do this, right? So right now, Trojan have a strong deathball composition that's also very good at shutting one person down, and Acer also have a phenomenal deathball composition that is very good at shutting one person down.
Yeah.
It's one of those games where I think the first team to get one kill actually does snowball this so incredibly hard.
Yeah, it kind of gets out of control, and that's kind of standard when you have similar compositions. If it's deathball v deathball, you're both going to look to do the same thing. Whoever has the most gold generally kind of wins those fights, barring, you know, going over whatever champ spikes at whatever item and that kind of stuff. So it is a little bit of like, who's going to win early? Who's going to be able to do something about that? Is there going to be misplays is the thing. Because I think the easier to win early composition is Trojans, but they do have to win that. The Lucian has to win the lane. The Urgot has to win the lane, and if they don't, then the Malzahar starts scaling, the Sion gets really tanky, and then you have the Varus as well. So it's kind of like Trojans, you get that lead, do you do something with it? If not, scaling starts to hit.
Yeah, and scaling they will do here, but once we're onto the Rift, we'll have to see just how things really do pan out here. This is the first time we're seeing Graphico on something other than the route. You know, maybe she might be a little bit too indexed into, yeah, I'm allowed to walk up just as far. It's one of those things that that players swapping from super tanky picks to super squishy picks might tend to have every now and then. Maybe she's just super sick at just swiveling to saying, hey, you know what? This is the Nami Lucian lane. This is exactly how we play it out. And Nami Lucian, when played well, just feels downright oppressive.
It definitely does. And it's kind of like, okay, what do you do in response to that? Well, you kind of just try to stay alive. I think you hope there's mistakes. You know, the pressure is on Trojans. We've seen a couple of missed dives from them, and you don't have the same kind of beef that you did last game. You don't have the shields from the Ivern in the last game, so dives can go a little bit wonky if you're not trading that aggro correct.
All right, well, either way, we're going to be likely going to a little break in just a bit as we're setting things up for the Rift. I'm super excited to see how this one goes 1-1. And then game number 3, who is going to take it all for the momentum in this best of 5? All right, all right. Here we are for game number 3 of the Void Finals. Cannot believe that we've already gotten to this point where honestly, I think that you have to go for something crazy in the early game here. We're always seeing the 5 pointing from the side of Acer, though.
There is a lot to actually discuss here from a rune perspective here, because we have Comet on the Varus, so we're getting lethality this time around. I
Mhm.
don't hate that. I think it does kind of mess up your ability to scale into the late game, but I think trying to scale against this composition would have posed its own problems. So
Mhm.
I don't mind the lethality Varus here. I also see Summoner Spellbook on the Scion this time around, not looking to try and get any grass procs off of the top side Urgot. I think a smart adaptation there. And the double Dark Harvest here. So the Malzahar not going for the Airy that we do see sometimes from the Malzahars. This time
Yeah,
going for the Dark Harvest, trying to stack up a little bit. I think maybe trying to make up for the lack of scaling on the Varus.
yeah. I mean, Dark Harvest definitely allows you to go for some crazy, one-shot style builds if you want to go for like a Ludens or something, memey like that. But I don't know 100% certain about the Dark Harvest on the Malzahar. It's not the most crazy to see on the Gragas, though.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
Gragas is pretty
Graphico,
common.
yeah, meanwhile, Graphico and Pepper just gonna command so much in this bot lane, especially with that first strike Lucian W start. I mean, it's this Lucian Nami. We've seen it
Yeah.
once, we've seen it a million times. It is downright oppressive when played properly.
It is, but with a lethality with the Comet on the Varus, there is a little bit more kind of trading to go back and forth there. And it's also going to make it easier to farm for Raziel at a certain point later in the game. The damage will be enough that you can just kind of Q, E from a distance, and you don't have to engage with the Lucian Nami. And when that Lucian Nami doesn't go crazy, they sometimes feel a little bit lackluster in the later portions of the game.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Pepper and Graphico going to be able to get this lead as far as the lane state is concerned here. Now the question is, who gets down here first? Is it Vi? Is it Gragas? Both players are just pathing down to this bot side, and they're both on the same bus at the same time as the poke just goes in again and again.
Yeah, gaining control here on this bot side, and I do like that Varus is kind of going down there. You're not expecting anything. Urgot should be able to win against Scion if there's any opportunity to. You're not going to change what's happening on that top side. So get down to your bot side. You recognize that your bot lane is going to push in. Make sure they don't get caught out.
Yeah. Meanwhile, top side, constant wet noodle fight. I mean, AJ just on a actual bruiser for the first time in a bit can be able to still continually put out tons and tons of damage. Finally happy about not getting ganked early. So in the end, nothing too crazy going on just yet. And no fight over the scuttle crab in the bottom side either.
Yeah. Well, I really liked this move here. Axen got control of the wave enough to be able to walk down and use the Scryer's Orb to see where Gragas was. See Gragas on the Krugs. Get the bot lane to know, okay, that's where Gragas is. We have the timer. We back away and got back to the wave in time. Also gave control there for the Vi to grab the scuttle, grabs it quick enough while Viper backs, is now on the second scuttle here. So this is a lot of control kind of gained not only from the brand with Axon there, but also the bot lane allowing Vi to just push forward without a worry.
Yeah, my time is now doing very, very nicely on that Vi. Meanwhile, look in this top lane, Arctic Viper looking for an opportunity to get a kill. AJ needs to be very, very careful. Has the E available, should be able to just buffer it and walk on out of there. Ghost committed from Elo Boogeyman though, and Flash needed to get on out of there. AJ now got to be a lot more careful with this lane.
That could have gone, honestly, even worse there. The E from Elo Boogeyman did not hit the Scion, not able to slow, which forced Arctic Viper to walk a little bit more before getting the E onto the Urgot. So AJ does burn the Flash. Little bit of a worry there, but it was also kind of, I think, something that AJ didn't need to, AJ did not need to be in that position. You should be able to read that the Gragas is not capable of doing anything but trying to gank top at that point, especially because they did see the Gragas over by the scuttle.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's not just a matter of having the vision itself. It's a matter of, having the knowledge of, well, this is generally what the enemy wants to do at this point.
Yeah.
Right? This is what I want to be playing against.
It
Meanwhile,
was
all in
Ooh,
the
no.
bot lane here. A great hook from Frosted Flays and Pepper. In a lot of trouble here, but the flash away going to make sure that Thresh is going to be just fine.
Yeah, that is kind of rough there for Frosted Flays, because Graphico could heal Pepper back up, and you also have the health pots working out for Pepper as well. So Frosted Flays still at 200 HP. Pepper almost back up to full here, and the wave control, or the lane control rather, is all in favor of this Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, Raziel and Frosted Flays just in a lot of trouble over here. Meanwhile, AJ going to be able to push out this top side with that level advantage. And Toxic Gentleman in the wings here. Just ease on in, but there's just no chance for AJ to survive. And once again, the early gank going to work out for the side of Aesir. But I mean, it's not an Aesir Trojan game if AJ's not getting ganked while Trojan are getting Dragon.
It kind of feels like it, yeah. We see the Dragon go down again. First Dragon. If we see the second Dragon go to Trojans again, I think I might start to question if I'm in a time loop. But it is another win for the Boogeyman there, and I kind of wish we had given that kill over to the Malzahar there. I think Toxic Gentleman would really love to just get to that breakpoint where we can clear waves on the Malzahar, but it's still gold in the pocket, and you're kind of fine losing the Dragon early for that.
Yeah, and you can see right here, it's just going to be a farm on farm. Nothing too crazy going on in this mid lane. I will say, my times has now hit level 6 on the Vi. You got to be a little bit careful about these Vi ultis once you're in the lane here, but I'm surprised that we haven't seen a single gank from the Vi just yet.
Yeah, has hit the level 6 point here. I think just hasn't had a really good opportunity. For what it's worth, it has not been that my time has not done anything. Like we said, in that really early game there, kind of read the jungle really well. And you can see that in the CS advantage there, 64 to 52 right now.
Mm-hmm.
The Vi does have a lead that was played off really nice. But now you do have to kind of turn that into something. Vi is not going to be a scale up until late game champ. You are looking to get those ults off and picking people off.
Yeah, meanwhile in the bot lane, Arctic Viper is just looking to try to make something happen. Pepper constantly trying to dash forward, make use of those first strike procs, and my time's now looking into this top lane, trying to make a move onto Elo Boogeyman. Gets the Q. Ulti committed. No ult from Vi though, and there we go, finally picking it up, and picks up no kill from AJ as Elo Boogeyman walks out. Beautifully timed ultimate to deny that Urgot reactivation.
I really question heavily why we did not just use the cease and desist immediately. The Vi ult just going down immediately. You have Urgot ulting right away. All you need to do is get Sion low enough. That's your time to blow your burst and bring him down to that HP threshold. Because we didn't, it wore off. And by the time he hit the HP threshold, the Urgot ult already gone.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's the first time we're seeing my time is now on the field. Not really going to be able to do too much with that. AJ, I think just going to be green out a little bit more farm as Pepper and Graphico just continuing on this dominating bot lane play. The CS itself still relatively even thanks to the poke of Eris, but I kind of wonder just how much gold Pepper's gotten off of this first strike. You see all that damage.
I mean, I could check for you if you really want. We have gotten, let's see here. We have picked up 108 gold so far.
It's not bad.
That's not bad. Not a crazy influential amount at this point, but will continue to scale. And now we also see my time is now getting caught out a little bit, and Toxic Gentleman trying to go for the Nether Grasp.
Oh, We've got the ulti in, and just like that, there is no chance for the Vi to survive there. Usually it's Vi's job to get the ult off and make sure that no one gets to play the game, but this time around, she's going to get a taste of her own medicine as Taki's Gentleman, the first to roam around, the first to rotate. And Axen just not going to be feeling too happy about his laner getting an early kill.
Yeah, twice now we have seen the Malzahar just get around and use this ult really well, and that's a great recognition of, hey, why am I picking Malzahar? My goal is to get around, use this ult, and get kills with it as soon as I have it. It's kind of like Nocturne, where you want to make use of the ult once you have it, and Toxic Gentleman has been doing a great job of that this game. Has gotten involved in both of the kills that his team has gotten.
Yeah, meanwhile, AJ and Boogeyman just going to continue to trade again and again. Each time AJ lands one of these E's, a decent chunk of damage off of Boogeyman. But you were saying earlier, Thousand Eyes, that Trojan needs to get the ball running early, and I agree. But it has been past what we could consider the earlier parts of the game, and the ball has not been rolling.
I do think that changes a little bit here with the poke Varus rather than the attack speed Varus. But it does still kind of feel like you have picked champions that are supposed to do really well early, and you have not been able to do that. Now the brand coming in, our first team fight, and there's a TP coming from the
big ultimate coming in. Yeah, and meanwhile, Pepper going to be able to get one kill. Cease and desist committed. Toxic Gentleman going down here. Frosted Flames almost going down as well. Raziel is free hitting, but this is not an attack speed Varus. The poke, not enough. Pepper getting a triple kill on the Lucian. Axen getting even more damage onto Raziel, just making sure that that dragon is fully committed to and confirmed. Elo Boogeyman just gonna try to pick up as many plays as possible, but a beautiful team fight from the side of the Trojans.
Yeah,
AJ?
and where we have, we move the camera. I'm gonna assume the best.
Okay.
But again, we have seen AJ. While the champions have been goofy and wild, the teleports have not been. They have been on point every single game. We saw it last game with the Nasus, TPing behind enemy lines and getting a double kill. This time around, being there for the dragon fight while the TP was not ready for Elo Boogeyman. Could not join that fight, and the Scion not there means you have a 5v4 with the front line to play with.
Yeah, I mean, Elo Boogeyman with the Unsealed Spellbook. Honestly, I like the ideas, but not being able to teleport in at that exact moment, definitely a bit rough when it comes to that play there. But gonna ult on in directly onto Axen, and Axen, yes, you might be able to do a decent bit of damage to this Scion, but no chance are you gonna be able to threaten a full-on kill here. My time is now in the area, does not have the ultimate available, so no lethal option onto the Scion.
Yeah, again, we're kind of seeing what we saw last game of Scion, just very quickly getting to this point of unkillable problem for the front line here. Aesir have been doing really well. Nether Grasp!
Yeah, and the flash forward Nether Grasp from a Toxic Gentleman going to be able to pick up that shutdown. Huge onto the 3-kill Lucian.
Oh my goodness, and gets the refresh on the E there with the Q. So that is a burning down Nami as well. The Malzahar play has been insanely good from Toxic Gentleman. And okay, I know some people are going to sit here and say like, oh, it's Malzahar. He just kind of like pushes buttons and doesn't. You still got to know what you're doing. And Toxic Gentleman is doing that extremely well. And also knowing how to abuse what his champ is good at. The Aesir last game, super good. The Malzahar, I was concerned going in, has looked wonderful this game.
Yeah, especially with that Dark Harvest. I love how Toxic Gentleman walked up, saw 3 low minions, placed the E on 1, flashing forward, knowing that they're instantly going to reset onto Pepper. And just with that Nether Grasp, picks up a huge shutdown. You're already halfway to... Ooh. Oh my god, never mind. You're halfway to another fight here as my time is now trying to find a way out. Frosted Flames not going to land the hook. And Vi is free to live once more. AJ, on the other hand, looking for an all-in in the spot lane, gonna be able to get those locked down, but a whiff on the ulti, and this could be a kill in response here. Toxic Gentleman got to be a little bit careful, but AJ definitely worse for the wear after that one.
AJ almost getting the kill there. I think if that ult hits, maybe capable of just going for a little bit more, but does not get it. Meanwhile, that will just be things stalling out there. I was a little scared to see my time is now going in that deep without backup there. Does get out. And now kind of a little bit of a standstill. No objectives for the next couple of minutes. No towers really at risk of being taken here outside of maybe we see something in the mid lane if a death happens. But it's been a pretty standard game. We're not seeing any lane go super out of control that isn't answered, at least in some other area of the map.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in that mid lane, I will say, Shadow Flame Malzahar is not something I'm used to seeing.
It's good now because it's just like you get him low. That E is just ticking on crits. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? But meanwhile, Pepper, just trying to get that vision out of the way while staying alive for as long as possible here. And there's going to be quite a bit of scaling to do from the brand, from the Lucian. And so we're going to be able to punch through some of these bigger tanks like the Scion. But in the meantime, just not too much going on until the next dragon comes up.
Yeah, we do have Lucian with a Infinity Edge already here. Can kind of go crazy if you find the right person, but you're looking at a Scion that's really, really big, a Nether Grasp ready on the Malzahar. You got to get on Barris. You can maybe kill the Thresh, and you can kill the Gragas. Those are your targets as the Lucian. If a fight gets any bigger than that, things feel like they might go wrong.
Yeah, and as we get into this dragon fight here, the one player that I want to be watching is Pepper. If Pepper can get these autos off, if Pepper can continue with this illusion with all of that damage, then it's looking so good for the Trojans here. Meanwhile, it is Aesir who's going to be able to hit that dragon first. Oh, and there's Pepper almost going down here, going to be able to stay alive for just a little bit longer. Frosted Flames now going to get locked up and killed here as Raziel just walking around trying to make something happen, but this is not the attack speed Varus. Pepper stays alive and Trojans immediately win the fight.
Yeah, crazy Brandol and the damage done by Pepper with the culling. They tried to instantly kill that Lucian. They did not succeed on that. They did not get the Nether Grasp because the Malzahar was bot lane. And while the Cask did return one kill, the Brand able to get enough burn damage down to take down two. And now we finally see the curse broken. A third dragon going over to the Trojans.
The forbidden third dragon, ever elusive from the Trojans, but finally they are going to be able to pick it up. They're going to be able to walk forward with their small gold lead, but at least this time they're not immediately throwing it down the drain.
Yeah, it's now feeling like there is a little bit of control gained by Trojans. Getting past that early game success that we have seen them have. Maybe not getting early game success this time. And now the Malzahar is burning. Yeah,
now the Malzahar is running, and AJ is going to be burned, but not going to be burning all the way down. Just barely going to be able to survive. Toxic Gentleman's likely going to have to flash for this if he wants it, but is instead just going to play it safe, play it free, and the ultis doubling up, coming through, and AJ the one to pick up the kill there. Toxic Gentleman not gonna be happy with that one.
The flash was up, just was kind of waiting for the ult to come through. Wanted to wait for the buy ult to flash back towards the tower. You just got to get out of there immediately. Does not. The ult from downtown from AJ, a big kill going over to the Urgot to get not only just more gold to that Urgot, but the ability to clear the wave, get the tower, and now Trojans have some momentum going for themselves.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in this top lane, Elo, Boogeyman, and Axon have just been continuing to farm up against each other. And one thing I need to note here, right? Elo Boogeyman has gotten so unbelievably tanky while only building armor. Axon
Yeah.
still has not been able to punch through the Scion.
Yeah, it's the shield. The shield kind of, when you look at champs that have like burns, a lot of them are cooldown based. So that shield being able to just tank a bit of the burst, and then you back away, either back or heal here. Yes, okay, you lose out on that fight. You might lose out a little bit on this tower, but it's kind of fine. As long as you're not dying, you're okay.
Yeah, meanwhile, my time is now almost going to be dying here. Frosted Flays got a good hook there, but two ultis committed means that the Vi gets away scot-free here. Meanwhile, Sion's just going to ult right back into that top lane. Nothing too crazy going on over there.
Well, maybe. Okay, does clear the way. Malzahar is also pushing on the bot side here. So it is a tier 1 for some damage on this tier 2. And again, you're not stopping the Malzahar from doing this. Brand will be able to clear the wave. But if there is a tower left alone at this point in the game, Malzahar will start to push these waves pretty easily.
Yeah, for a champion as strong in a team fight as Malzahar, it's honestly incredible just how much pressure he'll put out in a side lane with all those voidlings, with all of those grubs. As you know, with 6 void grubs, Malzahar in a side lane actually turns into a little bit of a pushing monster.
Yeah, it helps out big time there, and we've kind of like gotten past that weak point that I was scared of with the Malzahar. And honestly, whoever gets caught by this Nether Grasp, and it's a lot of short range people on this team for Trojans, Nether Grasp feels like a death sentence at this point.
Yeah, speaking of death sentences, I do also have to note, Elo Boogeyman. Oh, never mind. Accent almost going to be given a death sentence here. The Nethergrass going through. Ooh. And a trade on kills, just barely able to output enough damage right before the Nethergrass came through, and both mid laners are gone. All right,
that was a
Pepper
really smart.
Forward.
Yeah, Pepper's gonna clear that, but a really smart ult from Accent there to get the Pyroclasm down, do the damage while you're getting crowd controlled, and confirm that kill. It is a still big shutdown going over to Gragas. 600 gold there. But now Pepper.
Meanwhile, Pepper. Looking at Frosted Flays. Frosted Flays in a lot of trouble, locked up, and Grafko going to be picking up that kill here, but it's fine. We've already got 3 kills on the Lucian. Ulti onto the Gragas, and Arctic Viper not quite going to be going down just yet. AJ fully committed here. Elo Boogeyman ulting in for the kill, and Raziel gonna be able to pick one up. More gold onto the Varus means that you can get a lot more poke before these fights start up, but a little bit too far for the side of the Trojans.
It is definitely too far there. I was really surprised to see the Vial going down, and I think AJ trying to make something out of that does catch himself a little bit too far, and Boogeyman with the TP ready to go. Now there is a smite for Boogeyman, so they do have the smite advantage, but
yeah, goes for the smite, not going to be able to get it, and Arctic Viper definitely going to be not happy with that one. Went for the potential steal. Infernal Soul, on the other hand, going straight over to the Trojans as they waltz in towards the Baron.
And AJ TP's in as well, so they're a full 5, they're healthy. No jungler for Aesir. They're going to lose this Baron as they have lost the soul. The objective control has ratcheted up throughout the series now, and Trojans definitely on the positive side of that. So that will be a Baron for them. They get to back, reset, get back on the map with the gold advantage, with the Infernal Soul, and try to close this game out. This is where they are power played out of their mind, and they need to take towers. They need to take inhibitors with this Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Baron's going to make it so much more difficult for the side of Aesir to actually clear out a lot of these waves. And now, when you're looking at AJ in this side lane, he could be in trouble, but with that Hull Breaker, could definitely turn into a huge problem in the side lane.
It is now up to Trojans to do something with this. You know, they are kind of the team that really does have the better engage, and they have kind of the champs that want to just go in with the Lucian, with the Urgot and everything like that. They're gonna try to push down this mid lane tower. Culling is huge here.
Oh, Pepper just going to drop the culling under the tower, not going to be able to do too much with it. Meanwhile, Axon going to get doubled up on. The ulti goes through, but not enough damage. As in the mid lane, Frosted Flames goes down. Raziel still going to be able to survive for just a little bit longer, but a full dive under tower, 2 flashes forward, the ulti as well, and Axon able to survive. Arctic Viper dead, and in a 1v2, the brand goes wild.
That was so unfortunate. The cask from Arctic Viper saving the brand there, buying all the time needed to just kite that out. Meanwhile, your team in the mid lane, diving, getting the kills on the Thresh and the Varus. They cannot sit under tower safely, and Toxic Gentleman cannot stop the push here. There's that inhibitor we needed to see, and now Trojans come back feeling like they have accomplished their goals.
Yeah, and just like that, so much gold on the side of the Trojans here, an 8,000 gold lead. Now, we needed to see the ball rolling for the side of the Trojans if this team composition was going to work out at all. And man, that snowball has absolutely been rolling for a bit now.
Yeah, the brand is kind of really a problem. The Lucian has kind of hit a point where, okay, yeah, Lucian's really good early, and when going, Lucian is really strong, has been given the opportunities to go, right? It has been very split. There's not been as crazy team fights as much as we have seen Lucian in these like 3v3s, 2v3s, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, meanwhile, AJ on this side lane is just doing so much work here. Yes, locked up a little bit, but not quite under tower there. Still going to be able to push into a full armor Scion and come out on top. All right, Toxic Gentleman could be in a little bit of trouble here. My time is now getting locked up by the death sentence. Should be able to queue on out of there as the rest of the Trojans are looking to push down this top lane.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get a whole lot else here. The Baron has worn off. They are kind of just stalling to try and let AJ on the bot side get something a little more in this 1v1. Because their wave control is great, but they don't have siege on this team, right? Brand, yeah, can clear waves. Can't really walk up very easily. Good hook.
All right, good hook from Frosted Flames. Not quite going to be able to turn into too much more. Toxic Gentleman has roamed down to the bot lane. AJ going to get locked up. Definitely going to die here. But what's the response from the Trojans? In the top lane,
they can't do anything.
You can do under the tower.
Yeah.
And AJ is going to go down for free.
This is kind of what the weakness of this composition is. When you have Lucian, it's really short range 80 carry time. It's not a whole lot of hitting the tower time. The brand, yeah, clears waves, can't walk up safely there, doesn't have a way to get out, doesn't have the range. So that will be them stalling only to watch Toxic Gentleman get a gank off and reset the timers here for this team.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much power from this Malzahar. And now that the Nether Grass is gone, though, it's a question as to who's going to come out during this Elder fight. Nethergrass should be available once the drag is up, but not quite having it just yet could mean that getting this vision is a struggle.
Now, they have been able to kind of reset, get themselves out of their base, but we have Elder Dragon in 20 seconds, so getting the wave out is only half the battle. They now have to find a way into the river. That is not going to be a problem for them with this brand. Brand will be able to make a choke point like that river area a big issue on top of the push control here that we see the Urgot doing. The mid lane wave control will always have to be answered first by Aesir.
Watch it. Yeah, but watch Axon and Pepper. AJ going straight on in. Arctic Viper so low, likely going down here. Axen on a killing
Cease
spree,
and
and
desist.
Raziel getting fully locked up. This could be the final fight of the game. Toxic Gentleman still alive for just a little bit longer as the Trojans look to find the Malzahar. Are not going to be able to find him, though. The dragon is still available. Instead, they're just going to go straight in on the Malzahar, locked up by the Nethergrass. Frosted Flames trying to help as much as possible. The Thresh going down. Malzahar able to stay alive for just a moment longer, which could be crucial to keeping this game alive.
Yeah, they have to clear the wave now, but Malzahar's only just getting back to the wave now, and Boogeyman's gone.
Right, and just like that, Toxic Gentleman, now the only one left alive. Pepper just knocking down these towers. Arctic Viper able to respawn just in time. Huge amount of damage. And
TP?
Pepper not going to be able to do it. Grafco trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Axen TP'd in, and so much damage. The Elder Dragon still stays alive. And so does the Nexus, but both Nexus towers falling open up so much for the Trojans.
Yeah, the Nexus down really makes things scary. They have to make sure no wards are in the base, and they have to get over to this Elder Dragon at the same time. These things feel like they do not mesh. Right now, the death timers are their biggest friend. They're able to walk over to the dragon now. Axen going over, has to get over fast because there's a TP coming. They're going to burn this down before the brand can even get there.
Yeah, ulti in from Grafco. Axen trying to do as much damage as possible. Did manage to get the ulti off, and the Pyroclasm takes down the Thresh. But that's your mid laner down when Elder is about to be taken.
And you don't mind not having Elder on the Thresh. That's the least important person to have it on. You get the Elder. You now feel like you can, at minimum, stop a push to try and end the game. Your inhibitors are up, but with their resets here, Baron gets to be given over, and that could be a problem in and of itself.
Yeah, it seems that Aesir is none the wiser here. Culling already dropped Pepper, making sure that there's no chance for even close to a steal. Aesir not even going to be able to look at that Baron, as once again, Baron versus Elder seems to be the name of the game.
Yeah, and when your towers are all down in that mid lane, I kind of favor the Baron there. You can wait out the Elder and still have this Baron, and it does not really help you take these towers. Now, if they do get impatient and try to go for a fight here, when you have Elder on a Malzahar of all things, it can get a little bit rough, but I see the patience right now, and I think we're probably just waiting this Elder out and then trying to end the game.
Yeah, one hook onto AJ though, and you can see that Acer's just continually looking for these picks. They're trying to make something happen while they have the Elder available. Frosted Flay is the only one without the Elder still available here, and one tower goes down. Looking for the next tower. Death Sentence goes wide.
Good play.
All right, good play to stop things. Box to make sure that there's no follow-up. Frosted Flays almost going down here. Is going to be going down there. AJ going to be able to get an ulti off. And beautiful ult from Toxic Gentleman means that the Vi can't do much more. But so many members of Aesir are going down. And in the end, the Trojans stay alive. They reign supreme, and 5 alive versus 1 Toxic Gentleman.
The Pyroclasm went insane from Axen there. Gets a bunch of procs of the passive down, and the burn is way too much for these teams to handle. Toxic Gentleman is the last one alive, and I don't think can stop them from hitting this Nexus.
Oh, absolutely not. It's going to be a GG going over to game number 4 here, as that's match point for the side of Trojans. Honestly, incredible performance from Pepper and Grafco, but Accent had so much damage on that brand there. You cannot ignore this mid laner.
Yeah, you just could not, even with the Elder Dragon, you're not going to do enough damage, at least up front, to get an Elder Dragon burst If you are a bursty champion, Elder Dragon's great because you do enough and you use your cooldowns, and then the Elder Dragon does the rest. But when you're slow and methodical, like the Malzahar, it feels a little bit rough to finish that off before your opponent can really react to it. And that accent was just crazy on the brand, able to close things out and take us to the 2-1 for the Trojans.
right, welcome back, and here we are in game number 4, match point here in the Void Finals. And honestly, with the first time we're actually seeing a side swap from the Trojans, I'm interested to see what kind of changes we might see in the draft.
Yeah, well, this was Aesir choosing to go on red side this time around. So they made the choice to go over to red. Now, as we are seeing our very similar bans, nobody's changing anything up here. So Aesir seemed to feel like, okay, we lost last game, but there's nothing that we have to ban away this time around. So Trojans now with the first pick for the first time tonight. The Varus has been what Aesir have really prioritized here. Do Trojans prioritize it the same?
I don't know if they do.
Yeah,
I
don't
honestly think
they do.
that
slamming
the Lucian
do,
is
but...
fine. I mean, if you take a Varus Thresh here in response, I would not be too surprised. One thing that I will say about Acer's pick for the red side here is that so much of Acer's team compositions have been getting messed up by Axon's last pick counter pick mid lanes. So by taking away that ability, I actually really like that opportunity here. And Misfortune Jarvan,
all right,
we've got different team comps.
Let's go. I really like this already. I
like this a lot.
Okay, so yes, this is a very like one-dimensional team comp, right? We already know what's going to happen here. They're going to try to set up for the Jarvan Cataclysm into the bullet time from Misfortune. It's very obvious, but it also is pretty straightforward to execute. And when you already have a Lucian picked up, which is a short range carry, you can make that happen pretty actively. So I do like this pickup, and I think this is a good response already. I like this change up from Aesir.
Yeah, I mean, this is phenomenal here. That also means I would hope Trojan have a completely different pick available here. Vi should honestly do fine into a Jarvan. I would have liked to see the Poppy come back out, but
well, the Poppy's banned.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure the Trojans would have liked to see the Poppy come back out. But the bigger question here is, do you follow this up with more hard engage, right? You know, are you going to get like an Alistar? You know, maybe you take a Rel of your own, but Thresh would honestly be okay here. I love the Rakan though.
Yeah, I think the Rakan's great. I think it's great for follow-up with the Jarvan. It's great for engaging so the Jarvan can then follow up himself. It's really good. You can pass off between the two. And it, again, is just more setup here to make sure this bullet time is as strong as it can possibly be. So I already really am happy with these first 3 picks. Now, the question does become here, what happens in these solo lanes? That has kind of been a defining factor here, especially the mid lane in this series. It has been back and forth between Axon and Toxic Gentleman on who's getting the win, because one of the two has popped off in pretty much every game.
One thing I'll also note here, this is the first time Acer have decided to ban a mid laner in phase 2. It's not going to be the Rumble Aatrox. It's not going to be, you know, the Rumble Twisted Fate. It's going to be the brand Rumble. Still, that Rumble's never going to see the light of day on the Trojan side. I mean, I guess they're not too particularly fond of getting burned down by either of these champions. But now that there isn't going to be the strong mid lane counter picks, the question is, what is it that the Trojans blind pick into Acer's picks?
That is kind of the question here, and I again would kind of like to see a little bit of frontline. I think you could go a little bit more damage here, but the Scion still works. It's, again, more kind of setup here for the rest of this here. It can kind of work in any way. I obviously can't Scion out into Cataclysm, but there's still setup. There's still ways to make things happen, and I think it works well with a Jarvan ganking up on the top side there too, because it is armor shred on armor shred. It is CC for CC. Acer do look good. I do want to see a heavy damage mid laner in response here, though, for the final pick. The Akali makes that really sketchy, though, because you can't go something like a Hui now.
Yeah, I mean, that Akali also could very much be in that mid lane, right? So it's a big question as to what this actually turns into. I want to see a set. I think set is a perfect pick here into the Scion, but this is the Trojans. I feel like if they pick something, there's no way. There's
Oh,
no Thousand Eyes. There's no way.
we've mind controlled him to pick a tank. It's insane.
The team that pick Ornn first, I think that team's gonna win. There's no way we're actually getting AJ on a raw tank. But here we go. The Ornn picked up here. Phenomenal pick for the Trojans. And honestly, Malzahar into Akali, I think is a pretty dang good pick.
Malzahar it's fine, especially for that matchup, but what does scare me is it's not that damage. It's not that big AoE damage threat that works well with something like a Misfortune. If that Akali was not picked, if it was another kind of standard mid laner almost, or even something like a Tristana, you could pick Hui into that, and you're a little bit less scared. Hui doesn't feel that great into the Akali, and it kind of stops you from picking that big AoE damage threat. You do now have to go for the really safe one with the Malzahar, and that does make so much pressure again onto Raziel of hitting these bullet times, because if the bullet times aren't there, this comp falls flat on its face.
Absolutely. I mean, I will also note, right? One thing that Malzahar does have, what he lacks in damage, he makes up for in an AoE silence. So if you can capture a lot of people in that Cataclysm, they are not getting out of there. And if Ornn ever lands a multi-man ulti when Malzahar's nearby, Malzahar has failed, right? It is so difficult to play the game as Ornn into a champion like Malzahar. So you've got Ornn, you've got Akali, you've got a lot of people who are very good potential picks when it comes to that Nether Grasp, but you got to keep your wits about you.
You definitely do. I think Trojans, again, are kind of going for this, like, hey, we just want to beat you up. We saw the Death Ball last time. We saw them kind of go, Death Ball for Death Ball. This time around, it is Akali, it is Lucian, it is catching people with the buy, and you do have that Ornn if you do have to team fight. If you need the space for those champs to be relevant and you need to take a 5v5, Ornn can equalize that a little bit here. But it is definitely on that, like, cool, we found somebody, let's Lucian dash on them, let's Akali dash onto them, let's cease and desist. Trojans need to keep their foot on the pedal.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they needed in that last game, and right, welcome back to the Void Tier Finals between Aesir, Squadron, and the Trojans here. Honestly, we always see something crazy from the red side, right? It's not even a matter of which team, it's just red side specifically, right? So now that we've gotten all four in one bush, Frosted Flame is going to be looking to walk in, maybe get a little bit of bait going.
Oh,
And AJ
no.
gonna walk straight in, and oh no, Axon going down for first blood. AJ gonna be getting jumped on, likely has to flash on out of here. All right, just barely gonna be able to walk on out, and Arctic Viper taking a tower shot should likely slow down the clear a little bit, but what a crazy start already.
Yeah, we'll be a little bit late to the clear, but I think you take it for a first blood because now you get the longsword, so that does kind of speed it back up. It kind of evens things out here. But I think most importantly, there, what a read from Aesir there to be ready in that bush. I don't know if they had like some scouting to know that bush was what was going to be checked or what, but they were fully stacked, ready for them to walk up into that bush, and they paid off handsomely.
Yeah, meanwhile in the bot lane, Pepper and Graphico once again with that Nami Lucian looking to try to make something happen over here. But now that you're not playing into a Thresh, now you're playing into a much more mobile champion at level 1 here. It's a lot more difficult to get that free poke off, as Axon, definitely not too happy about how things started, but looking to get right back into the swing of things.
Yeah, now with Jarvan getting the first blood, there is the kind of the happiness of like, cool, Jarvan can take that around the map, but it's again a thing that actively has to happen. Jarvan getting first blood does not get you anywhere unless you use it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, longsword's cool and all, but if you don't actually turn it into too much more in terms of a gank, in terms of your clear speed, in terms of what it is that you're clearing, who really cares what goes on here? But in the meantime, Elo Boogeyman gonna be able to get a huge wave under this tower. AJ in a little bit of trouble, but it is Ornn. Nothing too crazy going to happen over there.
Yeah, so we're gonna see what I like to call directed camera being a top lane main, which is going up, seeing two big guys beating the crap out of each other, and directed camera being like HP bars changing. That's the stuff to hit. And really, it doesn't mean a damn thing. But it is very funny. Fights. Yeah, it is very funny to say that like directed camera is just a tank top lane man.
I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of these trades in that top lane. Boogeyman has picked up a cull.
Boogeyman has picked up a cull. I don't hate that. You're not doing anything, hate that, right? You're not fighting in this like with any real meaning.
I would love to see AJ pick up a cull with Ornn passive.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I don't see a lot of cull on the Ornn because I think he kind of wants to just like really hit just his first item as soon as he can. The Sunfire is pretty big on him. But yeah, I think if you do see cull, like, yeah, why not? Screw it.
Why not? Right? Why not match the ticking time bomb with another ticking time bomb? Instead, it's just going to be the boots looking for that, Ninja Tabby start. But in the meantime, nothing too crazy going on, right?
Yeah.
Finally, 4 games in, we get a chance to hear Thousand Eyes do some analysis.
Do some analysis in the early game, and it's the game where it's like, yeah, they do kind of one thing. Now fight. Oh. Nope, your turn.
Never mind. Axon going on in, trying to get a kill onto Arctic Viper, but instead everyone is here. Everyone's going to be able to stop anything from happening, and back to the lull state we go.
Yeah, it was a little bit early, a little bit of a push. We do have a disconnect, unfortunately, on Graphico, so that will be a little bit of time here. But now overall, we're looking at like Jarvan gotten that lead, couldn't do anything in the first 3 levels, which is already a little bit like of a concern. I won't say a hard concern, but that is where Jarvan like thrives, right? He's the
Mm-hmm.
level 2 to level 4 ganker. You rarely want to full clear on him. You want to go for early pressure and utilize that your level 2 spike is absurd beyond belief. Now, we have not seen anything. We've seen the flash burn defensively from Arctic Viper, and my time has been building a farm advantage while that has all been going down.
Yeah, building a farm advantage, yet Arctic Viper still going to be able to retain the gold lead thanks to that first blood, right? I mean, you look at that gold lead and you realize, hey, the Trojans are actually doing pretty dang well. It's just that first blood that's really skewing things in one direction.
Yeah, bot lane, the MF is kind of bullying a little bit. Before first items, I think MF kind of just base damage wise, if you don't get in on her face, Lucian does get poked out a little bit here, making it a little bit hard, but it's kind of just going to be, I think, a little bit of a waiting game for these fights, because if you can get these skirmishes to pop up here and there, get Accent with the level 6 soon to roam to top or the bot lane here, make something happen with that, that's really your opportunity to break the game open.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the bigger question here, right, is, so let's say, right, that someone in particular gets fed on the side of the Trojans, right? You've got the Malzahar to shut that down. Let's say the gold is spread pretty evenly across the team. That's what the Wombo composition is for, right? It's just, there are answers from the side of, Aesir for so much of what the Trojans want to do. It's just a question as to whether or not you can actually do them all, right? It's a matter of the execution, and execution sometimes is as easy as hitting R, but sometimes hitting R can be surprisingly difficult.
It's going to be a little difficult here because there's just so much mobility, right? There is the Nami ult to disrupt. There is Lucian with a dash. There's a Kali with so many dashes. There's Ornn with the CC immune. Vi can get in and out of things. It's, while we say like, cool, yeah, you just hit your Cataclysm on 5 people and then MF ults all over that. It's not ever really that simple. And I do think having something like the Malzahar does bring the capability to lock somebody down, to force them to take the whole bullet time. But it also means that you now have a single target pick champion built into your Wombo combo.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is one of those strange games where one person on the side of the Trojans getting really fed would actually be the best thing that Aesir could ask for.
Yeah, it would make it very clear who needs to go down, right? If Akali's like
who doesn't
fed,
get to play the game.
Yeah. If Accent is like incredibly fed, it's like, cool, Nether grasp the Akali every time with bullet time. We keep trading 1-for-1 and we're good to go on that. But without that, maybe it gets a little bit more hairy. I don't know. It's again kind of like you gotta set things up to hit those ults, and I think really what becomes more important than anything else is cooldown management. If you're watching the ult timers, if you're prepared for the Nether grasp, if you're prepared for the bullet time, ultimates down for oh my goodness, why am I blanking really hard here? Because my brain is not working.
Aesir?
Aesir, yes. Apologies.
I got you.
Yeah. Aesir, ultimates down, kind of means they're just not in it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team composition that relies on that R button, so without that R button, it gets very, very difficult to see what exactly it is that they can bring to these team fights, right? A lot of it's playing around these choke points, playing around those R buttons. Maybe you get some crazy Q knockup from Elo Boogeyman, but I mean, we've got the grasp on the Scion, right? Still looking for the super, super uber tanky Scion that we didn't quite get to see in the last game.
I mean, like, it's because you could just hit the champ this time around. Last time, that wasn't happening. In the Urgot matchup, you're not walking up. If I walk up to Urgot as Scion, I should be reported. So I like it this time around. The grasp was fine. It's just going to be them kind of going toe to toe there. I kind of need to see like, okay, what happens with the cease and desist? What happens with the nether grasp? What happens with the bullet time? The bullet time is everything.
All right, but here we go. The Trojans have returned, I believe. So it's just a matter of whether
Viper
or not
did just
Aesir...
ask me if we were ready, and I'm like, we're 3 minutes behind you guys, man. Like it's kind of on you.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I think we're pretty ready.
I'm ready now. I will be ready 3 minutes from now.
Does that mean we have 3 more minutes to wait?
There's the message. Caster's ready.
Oy vey.
Oh no, honey. So that's a little unfortunate. How's your day been, Ahntye?
I'm sorry?
I said, how's your day been?
Well, you know what? We got to cast together, so it's a good day. Right? You know, we're sitting here watching these Void Tier finals, and honestly, I've been liking what I'm seeing, right? You know, these teams have been going really back and forth, really crazy compositions back and forth. I wish that Nasus worked out better. I wish in my heart of hearts that Nasus worked out better.
I'm okay with it not. Because I don't want to encourage other people to do that.
I mean,
I
it's
think
already
that's morally
a heavy solo
incorrect.
queue thing, unfortunately.
It's like when I watch solo queue and I see like you know, some crazy solo queue pick get picked up in pro. I'm like, I think you are morally in the wrong to do that. As we do hit our funny little pause that spectate bug happens, it's fine. We'll still be synced up. It's okay. No problems there. But yeah, now we're kind of be looking cool. What does Akali do? Axon's about to hit 6. Do we roam? Do we get things done? Or do we kind of wait? And then the nether grasp becomes a problem. The bullet time becomes a problem.
Yeah. I mean, as you said, right? Axon's about to hit 6. Got to be very, very careful as a toxic element, as he has essentially no mana, right?
Yeah.
So yes, you're still looking for that first back, still looking for some real fun little Malzahar tech with that Lost Chapter, I believe. But in the meantime, Pepper and Gravico, I think for the first time in this entire series, have not built a solo lead in the spot lane.
Yeah, it has been a little bit kind of just standard back and forth. And that's partially because the Varus is even lethality Varus until you get items. Unless you're popping the passive, you're not really a 2v2 kind of champ. You're waiting for those items one way or another. Lucian, on the other hand, Lucian doesn't need items.
Exactly. I mean, Lucian just does damage on damage, but Misfortune, on the other hand, also, you know, of course, benefits from items, as every champion does. But man, does she hit hard with levels.
Yeah, that's kind of the difference here. Is we do see Axon starting to move down. Dragon has been started up by my time is now. Jarvan is kind of just waiting for the gank on the bot side while it's going on.
Oh, Pepper and Grafco walking up. This could be big. Knock up onto Grafco. Flash immediately. Aqua Prison in a good spot here. Definitely going to have to heal to stay alive. Arctic Viper still walking forward, trying to kill the Nami. And the Nami they will get. Pepper able to survive here, but the dragon does go down. And it's not a Trojan game if someone's not going down during dragon.
I don't know if they were aware that the dragon was being taken, but the dragon actually baited Graphico over. That's a little unfortunate timing if they were like saying, you know, we have no idea where the jungler is. I'm going to be here, and if they walk up, cool. If not, well, then we walk away. So just bad timing. Graphico does go down, and importantly, it goes to the MF, who is really kind of the linchpin of this operation. So MF starting to get off the ground, will be coming back with a couple of items under her belt, and can still go toe-to-toe with this Lucian, even despite Lucian being a crazy early game champ.
Yeah, I mean, you got a BF sword on the Lucian, but in the meantime, Raziel, definitely going to be feeling pretty good about how things are going. My time is now in a little bit of trouble here. Elo Boogeyman, on the other hand, getting locked up here. Accent also coming on in, and the knockup leads into a straight-up kill. Nether grabs as well from a Toxic Gentleman, and Accent all alone needs to find a way out in this 1v3. Flash committed, does not have the Shroud just yet, but going to be able to do it with the Shuriken flip.
Does get out for free there, but that is still grubs going over. My time is now did get 2 of them in exchange for the Vi's life, for the Ornn's life. I think that's honestly still fine there. Scion getting 2 kills means that top lane starts to waver a little bit over towards the Scion, where it was already seemingly going pretty well. Boogeyman now just really does not care about this Ornn at all.
And the
now quick this
flash in from the Rakan here. Culling just committed from Pepper, not going to be able to do much. Does get the barrier off of Raziel.
That's a straight up loss. Yeah,
that was a really huge commitment for really not too much in return.
Yeah, I don't think Raziel was ready for that one. Quickness going in, hits the charm, doesn't hit the knock up, and that with that, all those cooldowns burn. Raziel moving up has to burn the barrier there. So things don't look really good. I almost think Raziel burned the barrier thinking that it was heal, unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe.
Which is a little unfortunate, but, you know, nothing super heavily lost. You have to do something with the barrier down for it to matter.
Yeah, I mean, 80 carry life, you're so used to heal after long enough periods of time that all of a sudden, once you've got options, it gets very, very confusing.
Yeah.
But either way, top lane is just gonna continue with this noodle fight here that Boogeyman always seems to be coming out on top. And right now, this could turn into a full kill. No, not going to commit it. So, you know, without that Scion ultimate, just no real chance of turning into an actual kill under the tower just yet. Meanwhile, Accent just continuing with the trades in the mid lane. Always going to be a threat onto that Malzahar, but actual lethal opportunities are far and few in between with that Nether grasp up.
Ooh, well, if there's another member to continue going here, that might be a different story.
Yeah, and different story it is. My time is now going down
execute
in an execute. Oh my god. Beautiful stuff from the Vi, perfectly timed to make sure that there was just nothing that a Toxic Gentleman could really do there.
That is really rough for Toxic Gentleman. Just moves up a little bit too far. The poke there, I thought that first Shuriken flip was really risky to take. And then the second one in there with the Vi just chunked the Malzahar just enough to get the kill. And by going down in an execute, just completely ruins this Malzahar's game. And more importantly, gets this Akali off the ground. Now has a kill, has the Lich Bane. Akali's one item spike is absurd. And now Graphico, no.
Graphico gonna get jumped on yet again. Cataclysm as well. No flash available for the Nami. Once again, the heal is down. And my time is now is also going to be going down as well. Nethergrass finally coming in. And Toxic Gentleman happy that the revenge is complete.
Yeah, Graphico, that is the second time now. Just an unfortunate move up, not aware of the Jarvan's positioning, and pays the price for that. And with that, Vi has to pay the price as well, because there's no way out. You're stuck in between. Nethergrass is so good at punishing mispositioning like that, and it going to the MF again, exactly where you want the money at.
Yeah, I mean, Misfortune's already fully completed that collector, so the moment that you can get a little bit more damage there, you know, might even turn into an Infinity Edge, might turn into a little bit more lethality. Both of these options completely available, and when you've got this much gold, you're allowed to experiment a little.
Yeah, and also just kind of seeing now, AJ on this tank against the Scion has not really looked the same as AJ on these other champs, as now we see cease and desist.
Yeah, you've got two ultis coming on in, but Elo Boogeyman still so tanky, gonna be able to survive. 3 ultis burned, 0 lives lost there. And in the end, Scion still going to remain a problem in this top lane. Axen just going to continue to try to farm out against the smells.
Also just gets to TP back as well. Now, there is a timer. Ooh, heads up.
Oh, Cataclysm coming on in. Toxic Gentleman walks up, doesn't have the Nether Grasp, doesn't need the Nether Grasp. And these grubs have been a sore point for My Time Is Now. Just constantly looking for these opportunities to do these, you know, these neutral objectives on spawn. But each time, Arctic Viper is there first. Nether Grasp committed. Axen in a lot of trouble. Going to be able to walk out with the Shroud, though.
Oh, didn't have the E up. Toxic Gentleman just didn't have the damage with that. Reminder, that does max % health there. So not as influential on some of those assassins. But will, at the very minimum, push Axen out of lane. And kind of like we said there, Vi getting caught out does kind of just force things into an even more awkward state where every single lane feels like it is behind now. The farm advantage in mid, the kill advantage in all the other lanes, and the Jarvan has been very relevant in the early game. Now when the grouping happens, do we get the full like execution of this composition, or does it start to fall apart when these champions have the ability to move around and not lock themselves into a lane?
Yeah, honestly, you know, once you actually have all the pieces of Exodia together, the question is, do they actually perform as intended? But now, AJ just going to continue to push into the Scion, but there's just constant trading back and forth as, oh my god, Pepper going to be going down in bullet time, just barely not going down, actually, as Grafco now able to survive for just long enough to get the Vi in, but no ultimate committed.
Yeah, the bullet time not able to get the kill. Frosted Plays just able to beat the crap out of Lucian enough for the kill. And, you know, the Vi does force the flash back the other way, but it is another win there. It is another loss for the Lucian Nami, and Lucian Nami being 0-3 overall, it is not where you want that lane to be.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian Nami is one of those lanes that you need to be ahead, right? And we saw before, Lucian from ahead, god, that champion's so not okay. Lucian from behind, it's going to be pretty dang hard to actually recognize what he's doing in these fights, right? Because the only thing that Lucian brings to these fights is damage. And if he can't output damage, he can't really exist.
Oh my goodness. And look at this push from the Malzahar at this point. The Blackfire Torch in hand, the mana regen is there. You get the ability to shove, and Axen has been trying to back for the last 3 waves.
Oh, meanwhile, My Time Is Now coming on in, just commits the cease and desist, and Akali getting another kill here. Once you got teammates, it works out in the end. Meanwhile, AJ trying to get away from this Scion, should be able to walk out under tower just barely on this Ornn.
Yeah, but the bot lane did move up there, which gives Raziel and Frosted Blaze the ability to get that first tower on the bot side there. So a little bit of an over-index in the mid lane does cost them a little bit. Elo Boogeyman also getting the top side tower as well. So that gold influx continuing to move, even though you lost the Malzahar, you win in the map control battle and you win in the gold value.
Yeah, and look at that gold lead, 5,000 gold lead already at 16 minutes in, right? I mean, tower plates have barely gone down for 2 minutes, and all of a sudden you're already dealing with some fed as hell enemies here. But Arctic Viper gonna get jumped on. No ultimate available for Vi just yet. The teleport in from Elo Boogeyman. Frosted Plays looking for a way in, not gonna be able to get it though.
Didn't burn the quickness, was not able to get the knock up. It does push away the rest of the Trojans. They're now sitting back there, looking at Aesir starting the dragon. This is 1-1 in dragons. This is only second dragon, but this team fight could be hectic.
Yeah, Axen, Pepper, and Grafco are all on different sides, and they're all collapsing here. Look at AJ, beautiful ultimate. Cataclysm comes through, bullet time, nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the Lucian just gonna continue to auto again and again. Pepper on that backline doing so much work. Axen gonna be able to take out Frosted Blaze, and a clean ace for the Trojans.
Oh! Okay, I was gonna say Ela Boogeyman almost made that not clean, but it did not matter. What a wonderful flank to get in on there. Completely changes the trajectory of not only that fight, but this entire game. They find the MF. The MF doesn't hit the bullet time. And like we said from minute 1, this composition relies on the bullet time. MF is gone. It does not work.
Yeah, I mean, that was nice. That was 5,000 gold down. And it was a clean ace for the side of the Trojans. I cannot believe that they managed to pull that one off.
Insanely well played team fight. I wish we had replays because I would love to go over that again. You had Accent moving around on the backside there. And, oh, well, AJ, we don't talk about that one.
Yeah, meanwhile, Accent just gonna look for a kill onto Toxic Gentleman. Very, very little that the Malzahar can do about it. But, oh, it might burn down, actually. Accent will survive.
Yeah. Burn not as strong as the Leandries.
Yeah, meanwhile, bullet time finally going to come on through, but beautiful cancel coming in from Graphico as Pepper and My Time is now just going to be able to survive past that one extra engage.
Bullet time used mainly for lane pressure than it was for kill pressure. Does get them this reset, but that doesn't do a whole lot for them. And again, ultimate cooldowns are king on this comp. When you don't have bullet time, you do not have a comp.
Here comes the Ornn, and Frosted Flays going to be able to get on out. 2 ults committed onto Rakan, one of the most slippery champions in the game. And Exodia composition still going to keep all of its pieces available.
Yes, but there is no bullet time for now, and you got to get over to the Baron area soon because they are going to watch that spawn, see if there is anything to fight over there. Honestly, right now, what I want to see is Aesir just kind of recollect yourself. It was a very rough fight. I think got a little bit of a win getting the kill on the Ornn, but you do need to reset, you do need to regroup, and you need to set up this MF better. When you're fighting in those river corridors there's a lot of angles that other players can move around where you're not looking, and that's how you get stuff like the Akali in the backline. That's how you get the Vi getting in range for the cease and desist. If you're fighting in lanes, it's a little bit easier.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing I'll also note here, right? So we just now managed to pick up that Shadow Flame for the side of Accent. A huge power spike for the Akali. I mean, Toxic Gentleman's likely going to have to use that Nether Grass there, but oh my god, AJ still going... Never mind. Still going to be able to do a decent bit of damage here, but there's no lethal opportunity for the Ornn just yet.
It's Malzahar Ornn. We're not seeing anything interesting happening here. Viper might look to play a little bit spoiler, but...
Oh, Nethergrass coming on in, and there we go. Flag and drag from Arctic Viper, and AJ got nowhere to go but the grave.
That is a kill for the Malzahar. It doesn't really change a whole lot, though, because there's no objective to take. The Baron has spawned, but your bot side, you're not taking Baron this early. Your Baron taking is really poor on your team, actually. You just want to get the kill, 300 gold to the Malzahar, go from there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the rest of the map just trying to pick up as much gold as possible when you can. And My Time is now going to get picked up by the knockup. Actually, Frosted Flays just barely missed out on that. I could not believe that the Vi survives.
Vi gets to walk out, and again, kind of just not able to capitalize on a whole lot there without the ultimates. So we're kind of just in a holding pattern. I think this next dragon is crucial because that is where we're going to see everybody group up. That is your next opportunity to make this Wombo combo work. If it doesn't work there, I'm a little scared because things feel like they get out of control at that point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in the meantime, AJ now at level 13, able to pick up one Masterwork item. You know, had it been the next dragon, we'd start to see the Masterwork items start to come online for the rest of the team. Accent, on the other hand, just looking to get these trades a little bit cheeky here and there. Nothing too crazy. Teleport is available for the Akali, so make sure to watch those flank wards.
I also want to point out we do have a change in build here for your low boogeyman, picking up that new Overlord's Bloodmail to just stack that HP and put a little bit more AD on this composition to be a little bit of a split push threat, it feels.
Yeah, meanwhile in the top lane, we've got 2 committed, while the Dragon's going to be going down for the side of the Trojans.
I don't like them fighting this 3v4.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the ult coming in, we've got the teleport, and Axon makes sure that there's just no possibility for the Scion to play spoiler.
I do not like the call to move up onto that Akali. You're never killing the Akali. Now, Raziel. There's no follow-up. I don't know why we're ulting.
Yeah, I mean, the Ornhorn is blown, and there goes my time is now. Huge knockups. Never mind, the tidal wave as well as the bullet time just rips through that choke point, and there's nothing that they can do to save their jungler.
Yeah, caught out a little bit. 1 kill for all of that, though, feels a little lackluster. You do get the Vi, but again, what do you gain from that in terms of a map perspective? You're not getting towers because you're too low HP. You're not getting objectives because there's too many members on the enemy team still up. It's a win in terms of gold, but you need to be gaining more from using these big cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, gold is always good, but it's not really going to mean much if you can't turn it into anything.
Gold doesn't mean anything if you don't end the game with it. I can just go into practice tool and put a lot of gold on my champion, but if I don't move my champion, I don't win.
The win the game button and the add gold button are 2 separate things.
That is true. That is very true. I've never thought about it like that. You have opened my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, right now the big question is, what is it that all this gold is going to turn into? Yes, it is more items, but it hasn't seemed to be team fight wins. I mean, Trojans have been getting a lot of these team fight wins and then randomly losing it out in a pick. So they've fallen behind in the kills. They've stayed behind in the gold. But as far as the objectives go, they're still coming out on top.
Yeah. Right now, there is a bit of an advantage here, technically, for Aesir, but it's kind of just like, are they hitting it? Are they making something happen with it? And I'm kind of like watching this Akali in the side lane, getting chased, running people around, still able to get solo kills. I feel like right now, Trojans are kind of in control of the game, even if they don't feel like they have, or they don't have an actual gold advantage. They are at a point where the response seems to be coming from Aesir, not the other way around.
Meanwhile, in this top lane, they're just looking to try to pick up as much standing gold as possible. You finally pick up that last outer turret on the side of Aesir. And Trojans right now still evening up that gold bit by bit, as long as you don't randomly throw yourself at Aesir again.
Yeah, Aesir right now, kind of just in a little bit of a holding pattern. They have everything ready to go, but now they need to wait for Trojans to be grouped up again. And this is where we're kind of just like, if kind of Trojans are splitting, trying to get things done across the map, the objectives are the time where Aesir feels strong. Because they can group up, they can use their team fight ultimates.
Yeah, speaking of those team fight ultimates, a lot of them going to be committed on to My Time Is Now. And once again, the Vi goes down right before a big objective. And here
we cannot be doing this.
Should be able to get on out of here. But another moment where the ultis are burned way before they're necessary.
All that they used was quickness and Nether Grasp there for Aesir. Meanwhile, you lose the Vi. Akali blows everything there, including the perfect execution to get out. That is your tool to get this MF dead. With that gone and the Vi down, control of the Dragon Pit now goes all the way over to Aesir, who still have the bullet time up as well as the Scion ult. Now, Cataclysm also down now as well. So there's not a whole lot of setup for this bullet time, but with control, they can force a choke point to be the setup.
Oh, in the meantime, AJ, yeah, no, not going to be able to get flashes for it. Okay, all right. I think AJ and Boogeyman are slowly losing their minds. That is the curse of playing top
If
lane
I'm tanking the top lane, I'm getting bored and flashing for fun too. You know, like we've all been there. We do have, importantly enough here, we do have a elixir bought by Boogeyman. Boogeyman just bought a tank elixir and moved to the fight, TP'd to the fight here. They want this dragon. They know they need to fight this soul, and they need to be as pumped up as they possibly can.
Yeah, and the big thing to note here is that while you do have the masterwork, Lich Bane on Axon, AJ doesn't have ulti.
Look at how far back Raziel's playing right now, trying to make sure there is no way to get picked off here. They have vision on everybody there. Axon's kind of going between the wave and the river here, so they have control, or at least vision, of the Akali. Now becomes a little bit more tough with the wave gone.
Yeah, Dragon started up by Aesir, and just like that, Viper just trying to get a little bit of damage off on here as the wave's just going to continue push in Trojan's favor. Ward into the bush, and now the Ornhorn's available.
Gonna move over. Raziel's on the side, no wave.
Yeah, no mid laner, and the bullet time goes wide, does not hit anyone. Pepper going to be able to stay alive. Arctic Viper going on in, and the Lucian survives. Another clean near ace for the side of the Trojans, and here we go. Another Infernal Soul, 2 games in a row.
And that whole fight, we're watching Raziel, who's, again, the entire comp there, play so far back to avoid the Ornalt, to avoid the Nami wave, to avoid the Akali. And it's too far back because they split up. Some of them go north above that blue buff. Some of them go to the east below it. And when they split up that far, that's exactly what this composition wants. They don't want to full team fight. They want to split them up so that individually these champions can 1v1 their opponents. The Lucian got the peel to kill the Jarvan. The Akali got to dive in on Toxic Gentleman and take him out.
Exactly as you were saying earlier, Thousand Eyes, there's so much individual agency on each of these champions that the moment these fights get split up into a bunch of tiny skirmishes, the Exodia comp just falls apart, right? You need all 5 pieces on the field at the same time. And if they're completely different sections, sometimes you really won't be able to use them.
I think the scariest part here, too, is you have the Akali. That's a problem. You have the cease and desist. But let's not forget the Ornn ult and the Nami wave. Because both of those, while they're not, like, damage threats, they are interruptions to bullet time. And they are very long range. So Raziel has to be aware of all those assassins and also not just sit really far back behind the team, because those abilities will interrupt bullet time. And you have to wait for those abilities to go by then.
Yeah, and crucially, Thousand Eyes, I want to note, now the Trojans finally have a gold lead. Not only is it in the objectives they have, not only is it in the masterwork items, now they actually just have a gold lead, and they've got a double knockup onto Arctic Viper and Frosted Plays.
No.
Ornhorn goes through. This could be huge. Frosted Plays almost going down, still slippery as hell. But with Arctic Viper going down, this tower will go down soon too.
And it's, again, you're not grouped up. When you have those individual champions, the 3v3s, you got all the opportunity. Bullet time's not enough.
Oh my god. And the bullet time does not get a chance to go through. My time is now going to be able to get that double kill and likely going to be dying. No, it still stays alive. And another clean ace from the side of the Trojans, going to be able to close out this last game of the series. Nethergrass not going to be able to buy you enough time in the world. And here it is in game number 4.
Yeah, Trojans able to close it out, get the victory, get their 3rd of the night, enough to end the series. And Trojans will be your champions of the Void bracket.
Man, it was back and forth from beginning to end, and in the end, it is the Trojans coming out on top. beautiful individual performances from each player.
Yeah, I think really just it was always kind of like execution for Trojans and a lot of their compositions, and they had the execution. I'm always scared whenever I say like execution in a lot of like lower level leagues. It's kind of code for they probably don't win this a lot of times, because a lot of times the execution isn't there. When you put hard to play compositions in the hands of generally lower ranked players, it doesn't go well when you have a very easy to execute comp in response. This time around, though, the Akali worked out really well. The Lucian was great in all the games that we had it in. Just honestly, the brand was absurd as well. There were so many things that really went well individually for these players. And I mean, I if I'm going to pick an MVP of this series, it has to be Axon. For the Lux in game 1, the brand in game 2, and even went off pretty hard with the Akali in this last game as well. So really well played from the Trojans, coming back from a really big deficit in this game.
Yeah, always looking for a way back in and always finding ways to find it. Congratulations to the Trojans for taking the Void tier finals.
Yeah, big congrats to them, and condolences to Aesir. I think they came into this, they had gotten 2-0'd before. They wanted to, at minimum, get a game off. I think they did better than getting just a game off. I know they only got a game, but I think it was a lot closer than things seemed to be. They were doing really well in this game for a while. I thought we were going to a game 5 for a bit, and I think they do have a lot to be proud of.
Absolutely, but either way, thanks everyone for tuning in. It was an absolute blast, and thank you for having me. I've been Ahntye.
I have been Dazanize.
And y'all have a wonderful time.